Hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Trying to figure out my lighting. My camera automatically adjusts, and apparently I'm jaundiced this week. As the sun goes down, that shall change. Since last time I talked to you guys, I had an amazing time this last weekend at LC Fest 3 in Wisconsin. It was fantastic. It was a really, really nice weekend. Blown away by all the kids. All the kids, it's beautiful watching them play with each other and, just grab another little kid they never met and become instant friends. It was really cool to see. Numerous pregnant ladies there. It was a really, really nice weekend. Saw several people that I hadn't seen in about a year, and it was really special, not just this weekend, but in general when I go to these things, when you can see, you check in with people that it's been about a year since you've seen, and you can see the progress that they've made, or I suppose in some people's case, lack thereof, but wasn't the case this weekend. I was really, really proud of the folks that I saw for the first time in a year, knowing where they were last year, knowing the things that they'd said they wanted to build and do in their life, and then seeing and hearing about their progress is really a special thing. So thanks to Folk Builders James and Sarah Alt for hosting that and doing such an amazing job with it. We appreciate it, guys. Another kind of top of the show note, here in just a few weeks, we're going to have Midsummer at Odenshof. Nick can go ahead and post links and such for that. We would love to see you guys out here. It's our biggest event of the year at the first half of the Asatru Folk Assembly. It's going to be a really fun time, really exciting time, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody on this show who can make it. So we'd love to see you there. This week we're likely to have another, I think we'll try to break it into some sections here. I should have planned this a little bit better before we started, but it's another likely to go on and on and on for a long time on the actual Svan breaking down the topic. So I think we'll try to do it piece by piece and then answer some questions in between and see where we go with that. And without further ado, Svan, in the beginning, there was what?
There was Muspelheim and Niflheim and the great gap between Yunungagap.
So let's talk about those three things and then pause.
So I actually see a question that kind of I'm going to be answering it kind of in this response. The biggest thing I think that we have to take away from cosmology in and of itself, the subject itself, and it's the sense of what it means within our faith and within our religion, is that we have to understand it causes a lot of confusion with people because they don't see it in the poetic sense, possibly too just in the way that our ancestors conceptualized it, that the cosmology for a lot of people, they don't see the idea of it being on a two-dimensional plane or in a singular planar sense, that, to the north, when we speak of the north and we speak of Niflheim and the ice and the proto-matter, or not even proto-matter, just the ice, the ice. And into the south, we see the fire. So ancestrally, the understanding of the divine in relation to the material was so intimately connected that it was done in a singular planar sense, that they saw the north and correlated it with Niflheim. They saw the south and correlated it to Muspelheim, even though, of course, being in Europe, the idea of the south would most likely be the equatorial heat. So we see that. On top of this, there's a lot of verbiage used in the prose Eddas and overall about Yggdrasil that causes a lot of confusion for people, but it becomes a lot more, I guess, clear or consumable when you think of it in the planar sense, that there is, the idea of the gods living above in the mountain, or in beyond Himmelbjörg, in a valley where the tree is, but it's above, but connected to this plane. Niflheim is connected to this plane, and Muspelheim is connected to this plane, and Svartalfheim or Mörkalfheim is below, and Ljosalfheim is kind of surrounding the mountains of the gods and where the tree is, and why the roots are spread. A lot of people don't understand that, and they try to twist and fit some sort of like logic into that conceptualization without understanding that, in essence, spiritually, cosmology was overlapped on a singular plane. All of the realms or the lands or everything that is involved in cosmology was seen simply as the sky above and the land around and the land underneath, or the place away. But as our faith has come about, the usage of the singular plane has gone away, and in actuality, the stratification of the worlds has become more of a way to, I guess, dissect the realms and what they mean spiritually versus materially. And I think that that's a huge problem that a lot of people don't understand, because they get confused when they hear about where the roots go and how things are perceived. Why is Jotunheim in the east, and why is Vanaheim in the west? And if you're thinking about it as you are an individual on a singular plane, it suddenly becomes very, very clear. But we know that if we travel west physically, the western, we're not going to run into Vanaheim. So what ends up happening is that we start to understand the difference between the spiritual and the material. And anybody that it was kind of like anybody that doesn't say that is being spiritually and intellectually dishonest. And a lot of times what people don't understand is, as we've come to understand the world not being simply like our ancestors saw it as a semi-hemispherical flat plane. They knew that it was hemispherical, but that it was not like a completely flat table, but that everything was kind of connected to the central plane of everything. And then as our faith has come to understand the secrets within, we understand now that these planes are interconnected to us, but are above or below, or west is, again, language, east is language, to show certain things. And as Gothar, we have furthered that. And I think not just ourselves, but I mean, obviously the founders of Asatru have spoken a large amount, founders of American Asatru, or just overall have spoken of stratifying the cosmology in order to better understand these constructs of the way that they interact with the material. So that, I know that's a mouthful, but I think it's really important that, because it says, right, there's a question that came and said, "Gentlemen, as always, pleasure to see you and learn. Can you both speak on the uniqueness of the cosmology and the overall deeper meaning?" And I think that it's really important for us to understand that we have to be able to shift from singular plane to separating the cosmology in order to understand their significance. I think it's extremely important, because it causes a deep amount of confusion when people only see it in one way. And then there's even more of a grievous sense when there are some people now who are trying to change the cosmology completely differently. And I think they're missing the point of the Aryan concept of upper, middle, and lower. And they're shifting things into the lower realms. And that, I think, has deeper spiritual significance than they realize. And they're doing this in the name of logic. And I don't think you can do that when we talk about the spiritual realms. I don't think they necessarily follow logic, and they certainly don't follow what makes this world distinct. they follow rules that are not bound by time and the material. So I think that's really important, and I think that's really unique about our cosmological view. And I think that people are being dishonest if they don't talk about the discussion of how poetically our ancestors, hearing the stories, would see everything on a flat, singular plane, with the world above being, through the mountains and up above and in the valley. And then things below would be to the north and down under the ground. And that was because of that. But when we start to realize the spiritual significance of the cosmology, we can separate it, dissect it, and then with furtherance, we've discussed what all of that entails. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up, and I'll be harping on that repeatedly throughout the episode. I don't, because he also said, he wanted to get your take on the uniqueness of it.
As far as sorry, my daughter felt the need to come and make a guest appearance. As far as the uniqueness of it, yeah, it's unique to our people. You see a lot of similarities in different branches of Aryan faith about how they see these things. But I think what you said is really important, that it was never like any of our myths. It's never intended to be a literal map of north, south, east, west in, you can't plot it. One of the troubles that we have trying to even draw it up is that you can't plot it in 2 dimensions, even with the poetic language. And so I think that's, I guess, something to keep in mind as we go forward and plot where these things are. And I know that, as we get a little bit further in here, we'll have some visual aids to help that. So if you could start by telling people about Ginunga Gap.
Well, oh yes, sorry, bringing it back to that. It's important to understand. So if we're talking about just as is, if we're looking at it in the singular plane, to the north there is Niflheim. Niflheim is a realm that is mentioned as being inhabited by Jotnar, and Jotnar are ancient beings. Okay, a lot of people get this confused because they try to collude with the idea of Ymir, and Ymir is not here yet, the roarer. So the Jotnar, it's an ancient being, and that Niflheim is inhabited by beings that exist before Ymir. Same in the south with Muspelheim. Now Niflheim, Nivel means nether or underneath, or the misty place underneath. And Muspel, and its translation is very, very hard. It's been used even post-Christianity to represent kind of like a fiery inferno or an Armageddon-like style. It was even used by German Christians. But the meaning of the word is very debated as to what it may mean. But it seems to have coalesced very similarly to the way the word hell is used for death. Muspel seems to, again, ignite the idea of an inferno or in flames. So the land, there is nothing. There is no grass. There is no waves. There is no green fields. There is only Niflheim and Muspelheim and the Great Gap in between. And as they come together, there is something that happens in the Great Gap. There are 3 things that come about. There is Avhumla. Avhumla means the cow with no horns. What this really is poetic language for the giving cow can do no harm. It's the quintessential of life giving amongst the Aryan folk. Is the cow has a massive significance culturally for food and the use. So that's pretty obvious. Then there is Ymir. And Ymir is, again, meaning sound, the roarer, and clearly described as being in juxtaposition to order. almost like a manifested chaos, if you will, and but seen as slumbering, not quite fully aware, and lethargic, if you will, at any sense. And then in the center of that is the tree, the great tree. And it has a name. The name is significant, of obviously in correct connection to Odin. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil means the steed of the terrible one. And this is in reference to Odin and his sacrifice to gain the deeper knowledge of understanding even the proto matter of the cycles of creation. And so it's the name we use, but there are other names, Lydra, and even modern names have been used. So whether it's the great tree, the ermine balm, or the ermine wood, because ermine means just giant or big, with greatness. There's lots of different names, but Yggdrasil is what we're going to use throughout all of this. So that we have a tripartite. That is extremely significant in all Aryan cultures. We have the foundation of a tripartite, and tripartites are always containing three things within all Aryan branches. And not enough people are talking about this, but I think that our Gothar have really formulated an understanding of this through the observation of even other religious Aryan groups, the branches. But the tripartite is always built around, there's a dynamicism, there's a stasis, and there's a catalyst. And in this case, we have Yggdrasil as the stasis. It's the center axis. It's the central point. And then we have the catalyst, which is always something that breaks or urges and often threatens the edge or threatens the order or the consistency, and that's Ymir. And then the dynamic force is Audhumla at that time. And so we have this tripartite in the center, in the great gap, that's mentioned as only being misty with no up or down, or there's only north and south. There's only fire and ice, and in between it is the nothing. And in the nothing, the tripartite is made. And from the tripartite begins the sparks and the overall rolling of all things as it comes to be in our understanding of the cosmology. So if you look at the gap as in a singular plane sense, it is there is nothing but to the north and to the south. But if you look at it in a deeper sense, the void itself is potential. It is the gapped place in which you have proto-matter, the ice being melted from Niflheim, and the ignition spark, the whatever you might want to see it as. Some people have speculated the idea of like cosmic radiation. So you have matter and you have energy, you have heat, and you have the substrate of things. So, and that's looking at it in a far more, I guess, metaphysical sense, as opposed to simply taking it in the sense of the story. But that's the beauty of our stories and our myths, is they tell these stories, and within them, the secrets of the knowledge of the gods is in there. It's just our understanding is slowly coming to it.
One thing I'd like to, and I think we need to do this with anything involving our lore, I think it's very valuable to go into the etymology. And Svan, could you tell us a breakdown etymologically of Ginnungagap?
Yeah, Ginnungagap or Ginnungagap is the, I guess, like in a direct translation of it, would be like the gigantic gap, or the if we're talking about closeness of language, Old Norse or even modern Icelandic does have some deep connections to Elder English. And so you'll see these similarities, and that's why the words have a certain sense of kind of latent familiarity. the gigantic gap, the yawning gap, all of these have the same. I remember somebody debating whether or not the G in the beginning was hard or soft, like yunungagap or gunungagap. And but again, I find the application to be both the same, the gigantic or the yawning gap, the space in between.
See, what I find in my research on it is, yeah, yawning or wide is extrapolating on gap, but Gununga means sacred or magical. So the gap that's full of magical energy or magical potential. And I think
well, I did hit on potential.
I think cosmologically, it's extremely important to realize that. But I also think esoterically and spiritually, as we examine other things in our lore, this gap, this primal abyss from which consciousness emerges and from which all of our existence in a spiritual way emerges out of, I think is very important. And I think it becomes extremely important where manifesting that chaotic magical potential and bringing it under order is a very significant theme in a macrocosm and in a microcosm of our faith. And I think it's one of the mysteries that I really like to emphasize at Hexanacht versus May Day. When we celebrate Hexanacht, the women in elder times, the witches, go out and spread that magical charged atmosphere into the world and charm the world around us, charm the ether around us, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And then the men set that to order at May Day, which is a phallic, very masculine ritual, and put chaos into order, initiating good things, initiating, weal for our folk. And so the idea of this wellspring of undifferentiated, magical, chaotic potential and its subsequent being brought under order or order emerging from it, I think is an important theme that we're going to come back to. So I want to point that out right now.
Yeah, and I think that's important when you think, like, when we're talking about the tripartite within the gap, when we talk about Adhumla and we talk about Yggdrasil, you can see that in the idea of the Adhumla is still an oxen. She's still a very large, seen as, very, very bountiful, but still strong and somewhat untamed, if you will. And the axis, the Yggdrasil as the centering point of that order is very much in play in those two. And it's always seen that way, even too with the idea of why the witches, and just to go a little further in that, a lot of people have been giving me feedback. They were like wondering why I was using the word heaven and hell and things like that, and all Germanic words, and go into that later. But witches too. If anyone gets kind of, why are they using the word witches? The word Nornir means witch, and it means the one that, yes, that twists or creates the outcome. So for those people, watching now, when we say witch, we're not talking about, like a cat lady or a hot topic kid. We're talking about the real intention of the word, meaning the twisting and the beneficialing of luck and activity. But yeah, you see that always. There's always the polaric sense of the potential and the wildness, but also the life-giving of the feminine, and then the order and structuring of the masculine, or the centering, the axis mundi. And then the third part of that is the chaos, the potential chaos that can come about from that. And what is kind of seen is that Muspelheim, if allowed too close, will dissolve all things. And if Niflheim gets too close, it will freeze and constrict all things. So at this point, there seems to be an understanding that the worlds, or at least Muspelheim, moves away, if you will, far enough away in order for life in the center to begin.
I think while we're at this this phase, it's worth mentioning this concept of polarities and the need for an ordered cosmology that spaces them appropriately apart. And I think that there's truth to that on a lot of different levels. I think it's also worth noting that if the Earth was, just slightly closer to the sun, we would all burn up and not maintain life. If it was slightly further away and closer towards extreme cold, we also would not be able to live. We literally on this planet exist in that balance between heat and cold that optimizes our existence and our life. So we have a few questions here with those pieces laid out. I'll start getting to the questions, and Svan, if you can think about the next step of cosmology you want to hit when we get looks like about these first 5 questions in.
Okay.
So question 1, King of Cheese. I'm having to look at it on my phone because we're having a little technical glitch, but the producer Nick is working on it, as he always does, making it work out for us. It's a fine night to talk about
cosmetology.
Okay, that I was a little bit thrown off. No, I get it. It's all part of the joke. I suppose it is a good night to talk about cosmetology. Oh, comatology. Anyways, Matt, Svan, how are we doing tonight? I'm doing great. Always doing good. Like I said, I had a really good weekend at Elsie Fest. I look forward to these every week, and I think it's a big and meaty discussion tonight. So I'm a happy guy. Svan, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm not a cosmetologist. That's it's funny that he used that word. Is there's a rivalry, I guess, or a kind of divide between barbering and cosmetology. Cosmetology is the newest word for like a beautician or something of that nature. And after a while, they learned that they really like it's easier to cut men's hair or something, and so they say they're a barber, and they're not. They don't have a barber's license; they have a cosmetology license. So that's.
So you guys may be disappointed, but some inside dirt on Svan. I asked. He is not, though he is a master barber, he is not able to do the Jerry curl activator and get the Jerry curls working. But I did ask him to pursue that.
He wanted to see if I could do the soul glow, but no, I can't cut women's hair that's too long or men's hair that's too long. I can't do it. I've tried a couple times, would not recommend.
Fair enough. Go East ask, with the Alfar being our noble ancestors, does they reside in Alfheim or Helheim? Svan, how would you approach that question?
Okay, first, it's again, a lot of people have misconceptions about the word Jotnar and the classification of Jotnar. It's just the same with Alvar and Disir. Alvar is very similar, or at least I would say a little bit more magnificent than just using the word Vetur, like a white, a land white, or a river white, or a tree white, or anything in which perhaps a spirit has decided to take an inhabitants within a physical thing. And again, it's not that all things have these magical spirits within them. It's that oftentimes there is enough of a willful being to inhabit something physical. But with Alvar, it's just the same in the sense that it's a title used numerously over different spiritual beings. When we talk about, when we get into the cosmology, with the idea of, we'll get into Ymir and Midgardr and how the world, but one of the realms in between the heavenly realm and the earthly realm is Ljósalvar. It's the light, or Ljósalfheim, the light elf home. But these light elves are not the same Alvar that are of ancestral creation. They an idea that the way it would be seen as an Alvar, as a spiritual being in the hierarchy of the gods. The Ljósalvar are connected to light and the bringing of warmth and life. A Dokkalfar means a dark elf, and generally what that means is that the Alvar is sourced from a mortal shade. So oftentimes the barrow wights, if you will, or the mound ghosts that are in kind of interacted with in the stories are Dokkalfar. They are spiritual ancestors, oftentimes masculine, male, that they were sometimes seen as still in the imagery of their former selves, but they have a power that's in between. It's not quite connected. And oftentimes, they bestow gifts like sacred swords, or rings, or crowns, or bairnies and hauberks or helmets. The Dokkalfar are oftentimes associated with battlefields as well, or places of sacredness that are defended by the masculine, a spiritual centering point in which they manifest order on a concentrated level in that area. And sometimes it can be multiple. So when we talk about the Alvar in the masculine sense of descendancy, we are in essence talking about Dokkalfar. And then the land below we call Svartalfheim, or Merkalfheim. Merk and Svart means black now, but it meant sooty, swarthy, dark, shaded. And Merkur means the same thing, murky. It's the place of the shade and the darkness and in the earth.
Like Santa's sidekick.
If you're in Holland, yes. Yes, the coal, the coal and switch, if you will, amongst the Dutch, Zwarte Piet. But yes, it means sooty, really, is kind of a way to look at it. And Zwart Elf doesn't mean that your ancestor is a Zwart Elf, and Ljósalf is not a Dokkalf. Now we're starting to get stratification, just like oftentimes Valkyrier and Disir are oftentimes interchangeable, as well as Nornir. The Norns themselves are oftentimes mentioned as Disir of the gods. And so it's a title. And so don't get caught up too much into the idea that it has to be so singularly laid out, but that it can apply to, in essence, the station in hierarchy. The gods being very, very high, the Jotnar are being ancient, and the Alvar and Disir are kind of in between us and the gods, if you will. So to answer your question, oftentimes they're connected to the material, and oftentimes they can be connected to the hills or the lands, the battlefields, and are often honored with ancestors in general, but they're kind of seen as, like, perhaps you could look at them as slightly closer than the ancestor, the folk soul in proper. They're kind of in between. And in the cosmology, I believe that ordering of hierarchy comes from the gods. So the idea that an Alvar or a Disir at all, being a presiding or guardian spirit of the family or the blood or the individual, is there because of the anointment of the gods and the fame and the buildup of fame and renown amongst the living, and also the ancestors themselves, seeing the Disir and the Alvar as being worthy of being kind of connected to the material. Leosalvar are nature, if you will, or cosmic light, heat, the essence of the brightness. And this is where the connection between Freyr and the light comes from. Is when Freyr is talked about as, when he cuts his first tooth, he gets a gift, and that gift is Alfheim. It's because Freyr is the Lord of Bounty, and the light and the warmth that rushes through Dellinger's gate that's his presiding sense. That is his dominion, if you will. And so the Leosalfar are not like Doc Alfar or the Alvar of the ancestral lines. I hope that clarifies. We're going to be kind of hopping in and out on that one a lot. Titles and names.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that there's a tremendous amount of overlap, and beings can move between the worlds to do different things. And I think that's I think we see it exemplified with the Allfather all the time, but Odin can, travel to the different worlds. That's something that he does notoriously in our lore. Thor travels to Jotunheim to do battle and to do things. Just because an ancestor doesn't mean people can't go in and out of Helheim to hang out with, the more mundane ancestors, even if they ascend to something that's higher or more than that. By the same token, we see all forms of the Alfar interacting with us in Midgard. Clearly, if they can interact in Midgard, they can also interact in Helheim and other places. And I think to get overly bogged down in particulars does a disservice to lore that was never meant to be literal in that sense. But yeah, I think, most all the ancestors go through Helheim. Maybe after you get there, you can then progress to something different. You can ascend to something more, or in, particularly heinous situations, descend to something less. But that's a staging area that begins the rest of your afterlife journey. Yeah, and I think that, again, words matter. Alf meaning spirit, if we're in Victorian times, I could, describe you as a jolly Alf, and I'm not wrong in doing that. Santa is an elf in
right.
lots of linguistics from earlier times. It's only recently that implies pointy ears and skill at archery.
Right, and that's the speaking of that, because we're with the Lord of the Rings as a hot topic, and what that actually means and all of this. I will lean in a little bit because I kind of foresaw some of that coming, perhaps in the questions too. Aragorn having his long gray brown hair and light green eyes, but the idea of understanding that over time, as Christianity became more prevalent, it needed to is it dominionize? Is that the right word? To make small, or to kind of overlap and kind of disseminate the power of beings within the world of our ancestors. So like there's a song in Iceland called Oliver Ridros, and it's talking about two young men, and Oliver himself is being chased by an Alvar or a Hurulfolk queen from the mounds, and there's like the mention of the church bells. Like if they can get to the church bells, it'll scare them away. Again, that's part of that diminutive sense. And then of course, like Tolkien and his usage of and his speaking about the elves as being these kind of paragons. They were strong, they were upright, they were shining. And he was clearly pulling this from the Liosalvar. It wasn't until even recently that the kind of the idea of the androgynous, I think that kind of comes from Christianity's trying to also androgenizing the angels when they went more in a Hellenistic sense. They made these androgynous beings. I mean, obviously in the parent religion or the source of Christianity, their angels were horrific and very, very odd with eyeballs and wings and fire and all that stuff. But, you know, when they became the angelos, that process started to build towards, and it was painted with a bit of the Alvar concept or the Leos Alvar concept of the Germanics. So that's why when you see like the statue of Michael, and he's, you know, upright and shining and a paragon of the spiritual essence, the elevated essence of the soul. That's, you can kind of see that being veneered on to Christianity as it morphs over in time.
So I lied. I don't think we're going to hit the first 5 right now. I think we're going to hit the first 2, and I want to comment on a couple of things I see over on the side. Ronald once again starts the show off donating another $50 to help one of our folk every single week. We appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. And the gentleman who's receiving the help is also in the chat room. Robert, very sorry for your loss. He acknowledged the generosity of our folk and our members. And first, I love hearing that. I'm very glad that our people take care of each other and are generous. Something to consider for folks out there. So many times when a tragedy occurs, something bad happens, and man, you just wish you could do something to help. And so often what you could do to help seems elusive and hard to find. So you just kind of wish that you could help and throw up your hands. And we all feel that way. Our folk services and our special, you know, donate to this person or that person who needs some help. It's a really nice way for us to go in and be able to help out and feel like we're doing something good to make some things better. So I appreciate everybody that has been and continues to be generous. We appreciate you guys. I should have mentioned at the top of the show, but I didn't. We are being broadcast on Odyssey, VK, YouTube, Twitter, and others. Oh, then Entropy. So that goes to the next thing I was going to say. So on Entropy, if you want to go over there and throw us donations or participate in the super chat, I promise if something pops up in super chat, I won't push it off. I'll jump right in as soon as I finish a thought or Svan is done with the thought he's on, and we will read your question. So that is probably especially useful today because we are going to be jumping around a little bit. So we hit those first 2 questions. Svan, what is the next element of our cosmology that you want to hit? And I'm hoping that you have a list somewhere of all the pieces you want to hit so we can make sure we get them all.
Oh, I got a list. So again, if we take it back to an understanding of a singular planar sense, now that we have the tripartite, and I'm trying not to get too metaphysical, but go more just in the poetic sense, that we have Adhumla, and she is the power creation that creates the first Aus, or the proto-Aus, or the origin Aus, and that is Buri. Buri is the one that is created from the power of and matter, and he moves up into Niflheim at first, and it exists there within the matter and within the material. And again, I want to go metaphysical, but I'm not going to go. So let's just read this like almost like a story in the as we're sitting around the campfire. Buri exists in Niflheim for some time, and it is there that he he intermingles with a Jotnar. And again, don't get this convoluted with Ymir, or and I'm not speaking to you, Alistair Gully, but to the audience, is that don't get this convoluted with the idea that the Jotnar of Ymir. That's a different stage of things. Right now, we're talking about deeply ancient beings that have been in the direct creation of the middle. And it is there that he bears a son, and his son is Bor. And Bor means to lift up. And that has a very poignant sense in the name of the word. And he is with a bride, and his bride's name is Bestla. Now, it's a little argued as far as the etymology of her name, but the closest that I have found in my studies is that it's the closest to the word beset, like to beset a table or to order things, but in the sense of make things ready, making things with potential ready to be used. And so Bor lifts up and makes order, and Bestla creates the potential ready to be had. And it is seen here now that they move to Yggdrasil at some point, because this is where the foundation of the Aesir become poignant. And there's this moment in time now in poetry. Time is it's kind of hard to grasp. So I'm trying to paint it in a sense that most people, when they read the poems, it's like Bor and Bestla, and then Odin Dilve, and then the gods, poof. But seeing it as an understanding in the stories that at this point the gods move to the tree, to the stasis point, to the point of order, and heaven is in its sense kind of around the tree, and it is there that the gods make themselves. But other things start to happen. The understanding of the reason why Ymir is a threat is when the gods that are born from the beginning, Odin, Vili, and Ve, are sent to destroy Ymir because of his potential danger. The idea is that he's sleeping, or he's potentially able to shake the tree or attack the order. And so he must be slain. But to be slain does not mean ended. It's to be changed. Again, re-emphasizing, just like on our last episode, nothing ever really truly just stops. It always transmorphs into something else. And so Ymir is just the same. Now, it's mentioned that Ymir is covered in Jotnar, ancient beings, because they're ancient to us. So the sons of Muspel and the Nivel Jotnar, or Rime Ice, the Rime giants, as they're often referred to, are in Niflheim and Muspelheim. But Ymir starts to sprout his own offspring. And there is, I've seen people speculate and talk about the idea of the Jotnar that spring from his upper body are like a hierarchical sense, and that the Jotnar that spring from his lower body are some sort of more based version of chaos. But what we do know is that no matter what in the story, we know that when the gods send down the three, the tripartite within himself, Odin comes down, slays Ymir, and deluges the world with water. And they formulate the middle world. And if we're talking about it in a poetic sense of the singular plane, he fills the middle. The three who are one and the one who is three. The tripartite dynamicism creates the middle by reforming Ymir's body. And there, the deluge kills the Jotnar that spring from him, whether upper body or lower body. And there's only one that escapes, is Bergelmer. And the strong roarer, or the mighty roarer. And his wife is mentioned, but I think that perhaps Snorri was alluding to his Christian roots and possibly trying to make some emphasis of connection with perhaps the story of Noah, and perhaps even to further back. Again, I guess it wasn't known by him then, but even the flood myths of the Babylonians has a very similar kind of sense, but the deluge, kills the Jotnar except for Berjelmer and his wife, and from them come the Jotnar of the middle. They remember the slight. So it seems in the stories as we go along, it's worth remembering that some Jotnar remember, and they have the grudge and the wanting to fight against order. Some of them do not, and they fall into a gray zone. And that's why we speak of the brides, we call them Ausvinir, the beloved ones, because they're in that gray zone of primordial energy that aligns with the gods. But I digress. So at this point, we have the middle. The middle is made, and it's seen as like the gods are in Idavol. Idavol is kind of congruent with heaven, Hiovenum or Himenia, and we know this because of Heimdall being, in Heaven's mountain or the mountains of heaven. And so if we're talking about on a singular plane, the gods are elevated, and there is the tree and the mountains and the rivers that spring there and the rivers that spring here and the rivers that spring from the world underneath, Niflheim, and these sources where they pop up, the idea of seeing where, rivers or springs popping up out of the ground and kind of roots digging into the earth and ending up somewhere else. All of this starts to take place in understanding how the cosmology is structured in the poetic sense.
Okay. So I think that brings us to another, I suppose, stopping point to take a breath on that. Nick, I think it's worthwhile. And if each time we go into the next piece of cosmology, you could throw it up for a few minutes, it would be good. But could you throw up the cosmology graphic? And if you could leave this one up a little bit longer than you leave normal pictures you show up, just so people can examine it a little bit. We've got more questions coming in, and I would have done this a few minutes ago if I would have paid better attention to the questions, because kind of a direct follow-up. But we're getting some really good questions here, and I don't want to leave them too far in the past, especially me and Svan can get on these shows for, as you've seen, 6.5 hours, and I know other people are going to log off and go to bed at some point. So the next question follows on Trent's Heller Alfheim question. But it says, so we answered the first part of it. It follows with, or what determines where we go? And is there a connection between Helheim and Alfheim? And I think we answered the top and the bottom, but what determines where we go and the destination of our soul in the afterlife, I think is a valid question. Svan, how would you like to set the stage for that?
Well, I think we've talked about it quite a bit, and I think that we're past the point where I think people have kind of scoffed at or even at least side-eye glance the idea of ascendancy. Ascendancy is the upward, but the upward is also, again, when we're talking about directions, is the advancement forward. It's the building up, if you will. When we talk about the mortal worlds, when we talk about the souls of man, and we kind of alluded to this in the last episode, is we're talking about the meting out of the doom by the gods, in essence, the marking of, the taking note of, very rarely on individual levels, but oftentimes can be on the group or on the nation or the folk or what have you, but also too very, very significant and very, very special when it's on the individual. But that ascendancy, there still has to be, there's a couple ways that can go. Ascendancy and immediacy. When we talk about Odin ascending a soul by choosing that soul, the idea is some people often immediately go towards battle. And that's a fair point, because we're talking about this time in which the fate of a warrior is being quite literally placed on the line. so that point, and the reasoning why Odin has that lust for battle is because that's when the fate, the weird of the individual is at almost like for us when we were talking about the veil becoming thin. In a way, it's like that as well. So Odin can ascend the soul. He is the Val father. Val is both an adjective and a verb, to choose, the ability to choose, which what makes Odin so uniquely powerful is that his ability to choose the soul in the moment of the weaving of their end. And that's an immediate ascendancy, but it doesn't always happen in battle. And that's where the confusion comes in, because we have other instances in which even upon deathbed, the ascendancy of a particular individual is marked as being that the Valkyrie comes, snatches the soul then, and ascends immediately. So once we get that in our head, that Odin is the Lord of the choosing, the ability to choose. The Valkyria are the carriers of the chosen, who are chosen by the Valfather. The mortal sense of returning to the place beneath does not mean the end. It's not a filing cabinet of eternity. It's not some kind of slow motion thing. It's an encapsulation away from time, which is important when we talk about Baldur. But it becomes more eternal. Escaping away from time is like, again, going into the miasma of the eternity. And sometimes that can be both frightful and purposeful. And when our souls go through and join the folk soul, the idea of the ascendancy, even post-death, again, the ancestors exalt the soul, the gods exalt the soul, and then the ascendancy through fame is possible there. And this is referenced to, like in Skirnismal, when Gerður says to Skirnir, she says, are you a god? And he says, no. Are you an elf? No. Are you a man? No. And so the idea of the hierarchy of the heavenly beings having these stations is not clearly written there, but it can be understood if you just think about it for a little bit. And so the gods they disseminate order. So when the souls are ascended up from the lower, they are then re-encapsulated, or pieces of the soul. Remember too, that's a little dicey when we talk about, it's not like just the entirety of the soul. Sometimes it can be elements of, or the elements of the multiple. And so the idea of an entire group soul kind of coming back and manifesting. There seems to be a point in which those souls can either be orderly placed in the upper realm and is mentioned as being there, living amongst the gods. And then there seems to be that place in between, the Alvar, and those Alvar are most oftentimes placed in the middle again, but are not material. They're exalted spiritually. And so they have a power to preside over a place. And they're placed there by the ordering of the gods while they are around Earth's well, the portal, or the manifest transfer point into the material. So when we talk about that ascendancy, we see it numerous times over and over again. And there seems to be this placement of beings in between. And so Alvar are kind of seen as more connected to the material. And they're different than the Leos Alfar. Because remember, Alfheim is Leos Alfheim. And those are the ascendant spirits of light. And again, you can't quite say that it isn't also ancestral as well. We don't know if the Alvar, as you ascend, they are in between the heaven and the middle. Are they Leos Alvar? I mean, technically they could be. We don't fully know. But the idea of understanding that they are in between. So when we talk about Alfheim in comparison to Helheim or to Helgard, we're talking about the place that you step away from time, and it's not the end point. If it was, Nidhogr, the serpent, the remnants of the destruction of Ymir, wouldn't be trying to rip that root out to break that cycle. But I digress. Again, Alfheim is a place that exists between the highest of the mountain of Idavol, or heaven, or the gods, and the mortal in the flat plain, if you will.
So, what decides where we go and where we end up? The gods decide. There's numerous things that can influence that decision. Intercession through prayer and through offerings, posthumous offerings, and attempts to elevate a person's fame and a person's reputation can factor in. But ultimately, gods can do what they want, and our gods have the say on whether or not a person's soul is elevated to something more, whether it remains in stasis, or ultimately if it is so horribly malignant that it needs to be recycled. But what I think is really important, and I don't ever want us to do so, the gods are not obliged to conform to our understanding of the lore. Our lore is an attempt to understand the will of the gods and the truths that the gods make manifest to us. But it's absolutely up to the gods, and no evaluation of ancient writings makes that different or makes that not so. So keeping some humility on the gods have those choices. The gods can do what they like, and feel free to act accordingly in the course of your ritual and your prayers and your offerings and things, to try to, ask that they grant boons to those you love who pass. Let's do one more question, and then we'll get back into the cosmology. Hope everybody looked at that exciting graphic. That is the hard work of Witan Svan here, and go through Trent East's lovely wife, Madison. They, by their powers combined, they make some really beautiful things. So I'm having a look here on my phone through a little side chat to get my questions, because again, like I said, we got some tech difficulties tonight. From Sterling, Matt, having met you, I certainly feel you embody what it means to be Asatru and a hero to our folk. Thank you, Sterling. I appreciate that. Do you feel it's possible to reach such greatness that we are immortalized in the stars/constellations? What would that greatness look like? So I got to meet Sterling this last week at Elsie Fest. One of the really cool things that happened this last week. It was great to get to meet you, and I think a lot of that is symbolic and pretty. The idea of constellations being, like, Sterling was so awesome. We took him, we chucked him up in the sky and made him into a constellation. Realistically, to be so heroic and fantastic that you become a constellation, what that needs to do is you need to impress people with the power to name constellations. And I don't say that in a silly way, but the idea of seeing heroes as immortalized amongst the stars is all an idea of that heroic ascension to something more, transcending our world into the cosmic, into that which is greater and that which is more. And to do that, I believe that you need to transcend the bounds of your station in life. We see that in our ancestors' time a lot with the idea of going to Valhalla through transcending it through deeds on the battlefield. But there's other ways to transcend and to be more than you are. And those transcendent acts are the basis of heroism. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. And I don't claim this is the only way. I think you can merit it through great deeds, through great acts of devotion, through mastery and leadership and things. But the concept of becoming more than the sum of your parts, of being reaching and touching that woad self that we spoke about a few weeks ago, that's something you see in those acts where you see people do things beyond humanity in the moment of crisis, to go out and express bravery beyond what's fathomable, because you have that inside of you. And that's one of the reasons that so much of our lore talks about these things in terms of battle, because of the time that our lore was written in, but also because that is a very intense and very instructive crucible to determine what you truly are about or are not. Any of us here can, and veterans aside, any of us who have not served or have not been in life or death situations can speculate about what we think we would do, or what of course we do because we're awesome, or whatever we think the case might be. But when there's consequence, and consequence to the point of life and death, you see what people are made of. And that's no slight to folks that find out that maybe they're not made of the stuff that they think they are. I think that's a big reality check. But it's always been, for our people, one of the most obvious ways to see that kind of transcendence through acts of heroism. That's why we celebrate, Medal of Honor winners, or Iron Cross winners, or folks that get those kind of valorous decorations for those deeds that they do. And I think that those are your most obvious way of ascending to where you're worthy of a constellation being named after you. But again, I think to do that, you got to know the right people. I think what you're really talking about is ascending to where the gods recognize you as a hero and they move you up closer to them, or ultimately to commune with them in their halls. And that's what I think we all want to do. It's a big part of, I say that. Maybe some of us don't. I don't understand that. It's something I would absolutely love to do. I have no pretense to think that I am or am worthy of it. But I hope, if I do everything right, that the gods might find me worthy of it one day. But all of our heroes that we honor with Days of Remembrance are folks that we believe have transcended in some way, or gone above and beyond for the cause of Asatru and for the cause of our gods. And we believe they're rewarded for that by some sort of ascension in the life beyond. And then we celebrate them as heroes, and we depict them with red sun wheels as halos to represent their sacrality and the ascension that they've achieved. So, yeah, a lot of these questions are focused on some of these topics, but again, we'll have tons of questions lined up. I think I'm going to try to knock them out 2 at a time like that. So Svan, you talked about in the beginning, there was the yawning Gnunga gap with Muspelheim and Niflheim on either side. Then came Adumla and Ymir and the race of giants. And then we're starting to establish the middles, proportions and spacing and dimensionality. Where do you want to go next?
So, and we talked about as the in the poetic sense, that the elevated place upon which the gods reside, where the tree is, where the roots of the elevated, again, still plainly to this part where we are at. Oh, sorry. I think I don't know if on your end, my camera keeps kind of going in and out. This is a brand new camera for everyone that's why I'm so clear, apparently. No longer an AI. So when we speak about the heavenly realm, or the elevated realm in which the gods are, where they build there. And it is spoken of as their attainment towards the golden age of where Ausgard is built. Ausgard is not heaven like the entirety. It is in the upper, it is in the celestial, or the heavenly expanse. This is spoken of numerous times, where, you know, when the wall is being built around Ausgarder, and the reason why the Garder is used to say like land or Heim is it's an encapsulated place. It's called Idavol. Idavol is the plane of work. It is the place in which order is made. Ida means to work, to toil, to be busy. And so what this is the ordering structure. And it is built at the base of the tree, and there springs the first spring. And you know, the middle is made, and we then know that to the west is the ancient land, where there are ancient beings, but these beings are not Jotnar. And it's speculated as to, because the origins are, there's lots of hypotheses, there's but we know that they're called the old gods as well, because of their time. So there's beings that are made during this time. There's the Jotnar, and they seem to recede to the east. And they are beyond Ymir's eyebrow, or on the lashes of his eyes. Again, I think this is the gods particularly metaphysical. But it is meant that they are beyond the sight, and they recede to the east. And then in the west, there is the Vanir, which is correlated to the word waning. Waning means to go down, or to recede, or at least it's talking about the potential of cycle. The idea of that which goes down must come up, which is pulled away must. So sense of cycling. When we talk about the Vanir are seen as in the middle. They're not quite elevated. They're connected to the middle plane of man, and they're intimately connected with the cycles of things. They're seen as, you know, water and of earth. It's only till later do they begin to take on the more aspects of the heavenly light, warmth. But we in the west, the Vanir at some point come and are connected, and so that we have in the west. And then we talk about in the body of Ymir, there is they're referred to as maggots. And the reason why I think the word usage of maggots is twofold. One is that they are base creatures that have not formulated themselves quite yet. They begin to evolve as well into something that is called Dvergar or Svartalf. They are oftentimes referred to as, in the common, like we use the Jotnar and we change that to giants. Dvergar changed into dwarves. But what a Dvergar is again, this is connected to the primordial, but within it, the confines of the structure of the material. So these beings are starting to be structured. And then as we go into the story even further, there is later on, much later on, there is a placement in the lower beneath. So Svartalfheim is kind of seen as underneath our feet. But even further down is Niflheim. And in Niflheim, there is a place, like an axis point, much like Ausgard is in the heavenly realm. There is Helgard or Helgard, Helheim. It's and of course the story, of the three children of Loki, and we'll go into that, a little bit later. But as we're starting to see the structuring of the above and the below, and the places in between, to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west, there's an understanding of these directions having cultural significance. And this kind of begins the stratification of the worlds. And, it's mentioned that Helgard is on the edge of Niflheim, and to die, the soul goes northward and downward. These again have significance because the cold in the north was detrimental. So the idea of Helheim being that encapsulated place that you have to pass through before you broach into Niflheim and ultimately, you know, to the toiling well and the third root, very important. There is this structure now. We have the upper or elevated. Oftentimes, again, it's seen on the poetic sense as being like mountainously high. And then there is the plain, and to the east and to the west, and to the north and to the south, and then directly underneath is the Svartalfheim. And then in the entryway to Nivel, the great place underneath, there is Helgarth. And so what we end up having is the number 9. And the number 9 is deeply significant to us multiple times throughout the lore. But it's worth noting that there's not such an easy way to dissect the number 9 when we talk about Muspelheim and Niflheim and how they're deeply separate, but we talk about Helheim and Niflheim as being connected. And then again, when we speak about the gods in their elevated mountainous state, the place above, they ride down into the east, into the land of the giants, or into the land of the ancient beings, or they are you know, they are visited by the ones from the west, the Vanaheim, the Vanir, and they send their emissary up to the Aesir to ultimately test them. And this brings about the big part of what kind of catalysts the middle. We have the catalyst of the slaying of Ymir is the doom of heaven. That's when we see that the gods are connected and sourced in all things that evolve out of time. But for the middle, the big point of, I would say, our spark of being connected to all things is the war between the gods. Again, this is deeply Aryan. Every branch has a talk about or a story about or hinting towards the war of the gods. And it's really important that we understand this, because there are people trying to change the way like Aryan thought has been. You know, there's ideas that the gods will like descend into the underworld and measure your worth, like almost like the Egyptian kind of story of the heart and the feather. This is not the Aryan concept of the idea of the gods descending into the underworld is, and it's even more so in the Nordic and Teutonic sense, because it's not a god that is given domain over the underworld. It's Hela or Hel, and she is not quite an Aesir or a Vanir. It's so much so an understanding that the divine took reign in the middle and took reign in the upper. They didn't descend down into the lower. And this exists with the death of Hercules, or the battle between Perun and Veles, and the fight between Poseidon and Hades and Zeus. These all Aryan concepts are consistent, and one of the big ones is the war between the gods. And in other branches, we see the war between, like, say, the Titans and the Olympians. But it's interesting, in our faith, we do not see that. And we see the primordial chaos. There's never quite a peace made until much, much later. The Vanir are gods of the middle, and they broach with the gods of the upper, and they make a truce. And that truce creates what I've always referred to as the alignment of cosmic order and natural law. That the Vanir represent natural law and the cycles that are inescapable. And they are the gods of that middle power. And so there has to always be that conflict. Some people try to equate that to the simple idea, like I think a lot of people are going back to like a sky daddy, earth mommy conflict, you know, just kind of absolving and washing away the polytheism and just kind of doing like a dual theism, in which the sky and the earth are united. And we have that, but it's not just like, you know, the Lord and the lady coming together and creating. But it's still there. It's clearly there, except we have other Aryan concepts that are deeply intrinsic to us. The natural law, the cosmic order, the tripartite, the stratification of the earth, and of the trifurcation of the sky. And so to say, you know, just to boil all the gods down into a masculine and feminine, solely for the sake of, I guess, I don't know, trying to explain the way perhaps our ancestors saw things in a entirely, I would say, too simplistic view. But so now we have the stratification, we have the ordering, and we have the separation between the elevated realm, the lower realms, the realms to the west, the realms to the east, to the north, and to the south. And poetically, it was just seen this way. But as Asatru has returned, has been reemerged from the blood of the folk, and the birthright is being attained, what we start to realize is that our religion evolves. And it evolves in the sense of stratifying the mystery, spreading the mystery apart in order to better understand how the gods work. Doesn't mean that we can make the gods work in the way we want. We're just observing and trying to make sense of the mystery. And in doing that, that's why we stratify. And so the elevated place, the mountainous place where the tree is and the gods live in the Gardur and in each of the valley, that becomes the celestial. And it's referred to that as Himenya, the celestial plane. And so when people have remarked, why do you use the word heaven? It's our word. And hell is seen as that gateway to Niflheim. And that is the deep and the lower, the under, and natural law. And of course, to the east, the Jotuns are the source of primordial resistance. So when you have natural order conflicting with primordial resistance, you get evolution, if you will. And I mean evolution in the sense of change, growth, and the process of time. It goes even into the concepts of time. That's when we get really metaphysical, I think, because our faith has evolved and people are still trying to stratify it in their own ways. Some are saying that everything's in the lower world and the gods are just kind of at the top of things. And then the middle world is just kind of just I don't know, a flat disc or kind of I don't know. It gets crazy. People are still doing this. And that's why I thought it was really important that when we talk to people, we explain to them that, yes, poetically, we saw things on the flat plane. But now in the modern age, when we talk about the realms, we are seeing them beyond just the physical. They're not, a place where we can drive to and find Himmelbjörg and go into and drive around and then drive out. And I think our ancestors understood this to a degree in the sense that they were seen as just as close as any other landmark, but they were also just as far as the spiritual divide. And that was not seen as, again, we didn't need the logic. We didn't need the linear.
All right. So let's pause there and answer a couple of more questions. So next one, how does the Big Bang Theory fit into Norse cosmology, if at all? Do you have thoughts on that, Svan?
Yeah. I mean, I if you wanted to take it in that sense, like we could look at Muspelheim as cosmic radiation. We could look at Niflheim as, cosmic proto-matter, whatever that might be, base elements or what. And the idea that there is an explosion or a separation of these two to create the polaric forces. Most people see the universe as ever expanding, but when we talk about Muspelheim and Niflheim, it's worth noting, not are we just only talking about fire and ice. We are talking about temperature. We're talking about heat. We're talking about cold. And again, what you had brought up about the idea of our placement within being perfect within the hot and the cold. It has more to do with that. But when we start talking about galaxies and the middle, you know, the material in the middle is so, to be intellectually honest, is so mind-boggling, that if the possibility that the gods with us on Earth, it's like the life is of all of the expanse in the middle of the gap is on not the planet, but on the skin of the planet, to the point where it's almost like if all of the expanding gap, all of life is on the skin of an apple. That is very, very mind-boggling. I try to understand that. I think our stories bring the gods closer to us, because when you go down that road, you get into a sense of deep despair at the relativism of things. And I don't think that's the case. I think that quite literally, as far away as they are as close. And sometimes even, again, within, to see Yggdrasil as, you know, the center of ourselves and the worlds and what they represent. That which is within is also without. That which is far away is also that is close. And we start getting into, you know, in priestly thoughts of those things. And I think that a lot of folk that come into Asatru, that learn it, they want one way or the other, and it slowly comes to them that it's kind of all. There's a lot of that goes in. The pushing and the pulling are happening, but they're happening within and they're happening without, and you know, above in the elevated and below in the lower, and gets kind of crazy. But as far as like explanation, you know, the pontification of the idea of the Big Bang, the idea of the beasts coming out of Ymir, and that having a allegoric meaning to possibly the Earth in its stages before mankind, or before mammalians, or that the understanding of the periods that scientists are talking about, like the Younger Dryas period, and the idea of, like, you know, comets changing the faces of the Earth, and great thing. I mean, I think that when we talk about it scientifically, it's very meticulous, and we look at time, and time is stratified. But when you look at it in mythos, it's all painted there with words.
All right. So next question, and I think, you know, also an interesting question. How does the Asatru cosmology beginning differ from the Proto-Indo-European creation story beginning?
Well, it's interesting to note that the Proto-Indo-European creation story is a very broad term. Like the idea is that a lot of it is speculated through etymology. A lot of it is speculated by retrospectively looking at the branches of many different Aryan traditions that have expanded out. So the exact pinpointed, written down Proto-Indo-European creation story, if you're talking about, like, and again, Deep Ancestors, he says, I'm making etymological and spiritual speculation in retrospect. So he's looking at Aryanism as in a broad sense, and he's connecting the dots. When we talk about the serpent, when we talk about the striker, when we talk about the tripartite, when we talk about the heavenly and the earthly, we talk about the first sacrifice, whether it's, you know, in reference to the idea, I'm assuming that when you're talking about, like, the sacrifice of Yama and Manu and things of that nature. But to be fair, those aren't, those are, again, they're loosely connected in the sense of their theorization and where they come from. So we see the similarities are so strong in the sacrifice of Ymir to the speculation of this first sacrifice of Yama. When we talk about the creation of heaven and the domain of the heavenly gods, the creation of the shrouded one, the Helia, the one that covers over. But again, those are etymologically speculated and brought together, as opposed to, we see our stories being written down by an Icelander who euhemerizes, creates Hellenistic parallels to create a story based off the classical ideas that he was influenced by and religious tones from Christianity, possibly even alluding to Christian church, like looking over his shoulder to make sure that he's not doing anything that they disagree with. So even despite all that, we can see clarity in the Proto-Indo-European root of the Teutonic faith. We don't get that so much with, say, like the Gauls. We know the Gauls have a tripartite. We talk about Tyrannus and Teratatus and Essus. We know that the Hellenics do with Zeus and Neptune and Hades or Adeus, and so on and so forth. But greatly changed in their own right. So the difference is, one is far more tangible than the other. And I believe that the root of it still remains true, especially considering that the westward expansion of the Aryan folk that moved westward was far less molested than in other areas where they ran into the proto, I guess they would be proto-Semitic or speakers of the language of Shem, or proto-Dravidians from India and things like that. There seems to be a lot of that influence, or even the Phoenicians with the Hellenics. But you have the Gauls and the Slavs and the Teutons that have a very concentrated form of the Proto-Indo-European root, if you will.
Yeah, I don't think that there is a Proto-Indo-European creation myth that we have documented anywhere. I think we have various descendants of that myth in all the different places that Svan spoke about. And, you know, one of the older ones is in ancient Vedic literature. But one of the reasons that so many things in Proto-Indo-European all have an asterisk by them is they're all speculation and attempts to piece together what it must have looked like based on descendant traditions. So that makes it a little bit more challenging. Svan, one thing that I want you to kind of break down for folks, if you would, is the dismemberment of Ymir and the subsequent structuring of the world by Odin and his brothers, if you would.
Well, and again, these are also deeply poetic kennings. You know, when we talk about the skull of Ymir being placed in the sky, the idea of an atmosphere, if you will, but the idea that there is an encapsulation of the sky, and within the sky is Ymir's brains are thrown into the sky, or they reside in the skull as is. So this is referring to, oh, excuse me, I don't know if you guys can hear the jets going over. The idea of the clouds being in the skull, the brains being scattered, that the skull itself, these poetic words for the primordial clouds. And that's something that I think is very interesting, that when we talk about the divine gods are and have dominion over great powers, the primordial. So when we talk about Thor as the storm father, that the clouds, the storms, they're referred to as Ymir's brains. And again, I've used it poetically too, where saying that, you know, Ymir scowls at the progress of these things, and I'm just referring to that the storm clouds are gathering. But the idea is that the dominion of the storm father over those elements within the material are very important, that he has that dominion. But you know, the skull is seen as the sky, and the brains are the clouds. The hair is seen as the trees and as the grass. The flesh is the soil. The bones and the teeth are the stones and the mountains. His eyebrows are referred to. And again, the idea of the poetic sense of a ridge line. Sometimes the the brow was called like the mountains of the helm, and to be struck above the mountains or in the mountains of the helm meant he probably caught an axe to the face. It was just a poetic way of saying it. The idea that to the east and beyond the Jotunheim, beyond the lashes of his eyes is again, I think, alluding to the fact that the realms are close, but they are also far. They are to be understood as seen, but unseen, if you will, or like we call it the veil sometimes. So I would even say the veil itself is Ymir's eyelashes, if you want to go poetically in there. The blood, of course, is the ocean and the water. And it is the primordial source. I think that there's a reason why the gods make a truce with Ayer and Raun, who are the cauldron bearers and the primordial source of the blood of Ymir. So there's deep connections to the idea of Ymir being the earth and also perhaps the organized material of the middle, whether that's meteors and planets and gas and going even further, again, big or micro or macro. But I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, if we refer to Dellinger's Hall, we are also kind of referring to Ymir's skull. But our ancestors saw this encapsulation as the gods in the elevated place on that flat plane as being encapsulated in all of this, that they descended down from that elevated space. And so all of Ymir really is the connection of all of that, whether it's energy or physical matter.
So the reason that I wanted to have you expound on that is, first, it's cool imagery. Secondly, our ancestors weren't stupid. It was obviously poetic.
Right.
You can pull a hair from your head and you can look at a pine tree and you can clearly tell that the pine tree is probably not Ymir's, some of his hair.
Right.
Well, and you say right, but so many of our people read it literally because they are used to the Bible or the Quran or whatever being meant to be extremely literal. Myth was never meant to be that way outside of the sons of Abraham. So it's really cool imagery, but the big truth of it that is esoterically very important, religiously very important to us. Odin, the god of consciousness and the master of ecstasy, he and his brothers took the giant of primal chaos, dismembered that chaos, broke it down, and built the ordered world that we have around us that's beneficial for mankind, from which we've always gotten our resources, maintained our needs, built the things that we've built. The story of the Aryan people is one of overcoming chaos, breaking it down and reshaping it into our existence, taking stone and trees and ore and making halls and homes and farmsteads. The idea of breaking down that which is chaos and reshaping it under our will into something ordered is the story of Aryan man.
Yeah, and this applies to light and to sound. I mean, it's reemphasized when the mysteries of the Dvergar are given to humanity, or they speak of a great smith that knows the spells of the Dvergar, the beings of material. They can speak to the ore, they can speak to the metal and the heat and the pressure. These are poetic, poetic sense of mythos that brings about because of the fact that stories were so important to our ancestors, especially as we moved. They speak a truth that you can find if you get away from only take. I've even seen people argue the literalism of it. And then you've even mentioned witnessing some people chat about Thor and his like protein intake and stuff. It's like, oh, it's so painful. But that linear mind, the mind that the West has cultivated for so long, can run into a speed bump really, really hard when it comes to mythos.
Well, so that's not a joke. That was a real conversation. That was a real conversation that I had with people. Yes, it is funny. And obviously I laugh at it. It's a funny thing, but especially new Asatru, when they're just coming into our faith, they have a tendency to want to display their zeal or their piety by forcing all the myths to somehow be literal and just going hard on that. And the intention is beautiful, but it misses the point, and that's kind of the point that we're making. Mythic language is challenging because it is not linear and literal in the way that we're so very used to, and it's very difficult to quantify and to bring order to. And that's what we're trying to do. That's what our mind and the mind of our folk is trying to do, is to make order out of something that appears chaotic or jumbled or incomplete. We want to order it. And that's, as I just said a second ago, that's part of the story of Aryan mankind, is to bring order to chaos. But sometimes we need to accept that we don't know all of the answers, and that some things are poetic and meant to convey deeper truths that require us to do deeper examination. And this is kind of another broad Asatru theme. There are many among us who consistently allow perfect to be the enemy of good. So we need to have the perfect answers in order to have any answers. And what is unfortunate about that is that we will never, ever, ever get to perfection. But that's no reason to waste our existence by not picking good enough and going with it. And part of the story of our faith, of Asatru, is, so math people can help me with this. What's the graph thing where your line trends closer and closer and closer and closer to perfect, but it never quite gets there, but it exponentially gets closer and closer and closer? There's a word for it, and I'm hoping the guys in the chat can come up with it, or maybe Svan knows it.
I do not.
I'm not a math fella, but somebody out there knows what I'm saying. The idea is, though, we want to evolve Asatru closer and closer and closer and closer to the truth with a big T. And that's what we're doing our best to do. With all of the advances that our people have made over the past 2,000 years, I feel like we are able to do that in a way that our ancestors weren't. And 2,000 years from now, I certainly hope our descendants have brought this much closer to a state of perfection than we have it right now. Svan, I'd like to go ahead and hit a couple of more questions. So Bodhi asks, since etymology matters, how is it that Naglfari is both the name of one of the husbands of Night and the name of the ship of the dead at Ragnarok? What say you? So etymologically, before we go into it, the furthest I've been able to trace it is it means nail farer or nail ship. Outside of that, you being an Icelander might know a little bit more about that.
Well, and so the G is soft, so it's nail, like the nail, farer, the nail farer, and that has poetic meaning that's kind of ingenious. One, obviously the story refers to the dead men's nails of those who are doomed. And it's not quite specified the doom. Perhaps those who are so abhorrent. Again, there's cultural significance towards symbology of the dead. There's like the clippings of the shoe are given to Vidar, and that the dead man's nails are to be trimmed as to not give credence to the dead souls that are repugnant to their ancestors and to the gods. So there's a cultural tie there. And that's what they mean by nail in one sense. There's another reason why they mean nail is the carving or the scratching, or the idea of it being able to scratch its way through. In this sense, in relation to a boat, would be water, like again scratching, or it'd be almost like to name a boat like knife slice. It's referring to the fact that it's slicing through the water. But again, very specifically about the dead man's nail. And so the poetic naming of like Nail Far, I think in reference to Not, the goddess of the night. When what we're talking about is the turning of the sky, or the turning of the earth, if you will. And when we see this reference again, we see it again in Mundo Fari. We see it, the reference there at Fari, the traveling. So in reference to Not, I believe it's about the scratching or streaking of the sky, just like Neo Fari in reference to the boat of the dead. I don't know if Snorri, when we talk about Not and we talk about the list of like the husbands that came before, it's interesting. There's not a lot to go on. There's not a lot that's been referenced. However, again, I've always taken the gouging of of Nailfari, the idea of the gouging or the scraping, to possibly allude towards the creation of celestial bodies, especially ones that are made of material. Some people have a theory about the moon, Mauni, but the actual physical moon as being struck from the making of the earth. And I've often wondered if the idea of Nail Fari, the idea of scratching or picking, is a poetic reference to the secret understanding that the gods were saying that the celestial bodies were kind of scraped from proto-matter and placed into order. So I think that's the difference between the two. And I've looked at a lot of that with Not, and I think that's when we're talking about primordial alignments, when we talk about Delingur, when we talk about Not and Day, and the idea of the rotation of the earth, seeing the dark and the light, and the riding of the horse, and things like that. That origins of Not are referring to creational points, and I think that in reference to that, it's talking about the scraping or the cutting or the shaping away of the faring bodies that rotate around the planet. And then separately from that, we look at Nail Fari in relation to Ragnarok, the ship that the functional dead, the souls of complete and utter like primal evil. Again, another Germanic word in case people want to, why are you using the word evil? This evil within them ceases, they're no longer admitted amongst the ancestors. So they become these kind of Vargur, these outlawed souls on Nastron, and they're consumed and transformed and reshaped. And when Loki cuts loose, he rides on the ship of dead men's nails. Again, it's poetic, and it's talking about the slicing up, the vehicle that slices up from the nether to Jotunheim and then to heaven.
Something else, I think, this isn't going into the etymology, but with the the imagery of dead men's nails. I think that a part of funerary rites involved clipping and maintaining the fingernails and the toenails. And when that's neglected and people aren't caring for their dead, I think that's part of what creates the ship that chaos rides upon, is that neglect for the dead.
If you're not worthy of the caretaking, then you are adding to that vehicle of the souls that have been rejected.
Well, I think if your folk don't care enough to take care of that, then that is symbolic of the rot of our folk and a quickening of bringing chaos to us instead of keeping it at bay. But we have another question as well. This one's kind of random and it's acknowledged as such, off topic, but wanted to know your thoughts on Ron McVan, his books, and his contribution to modern Asatru. So Ron's great. I think very highly of Ron as a man. I think he's very misunderstood. Certainly very active, and ran in circles that were active with a lot of people that, you know, have since been labeled as infamous. But Ron is a really nice and sweet man, from everybody I've known who's ever met him. From any, you know, I have had very, very limited. So, okay, here's a kind of a story. People probably listening in chat that know the details better. But Ron had invested very greatly in producing, you know, a big run of his books, Temple of Wotan. It was a huge deal, and he invested all this money, and he got cheated and scammed, and somebody he was in business with took all of these books and absconded with them or did something with them. We thought they were lost forever, and it was very damaging. It was difficult for a long time. So Ron, a couple of years ago, you can tell I'm getting old because years are just starting to run together, but a couple of years back, he had a situation where terrorists burnt down his garage, and the AFA tried to do what we could to mobilize people to go out and help him. We had some folks go out and help with some of the construction work, and we raised some money for that. And Ron, at that time, joined the Asatru Folk Assembly. And when he joined, right there in very short order, mysteriously, we get contacted by somebody who bought some property and found this old, abandoned, broke down trailer on their property. When they went in there, there's these boxes of all these books. And this is like 30 years later, all of these books are weirdly uncovered. And he's been selling those, and the AFA has some copies of those. And that was kind of again, that's off topic too, but I'm going to throw it out there because it's kind of an interesting anecdote. When I first got involved in Asatru in like 2001, 2002, that was one of those old stories that got passed around about these books. And it was really cool, you know, 2 or 3 years ago to be part of seeing the conclusion of that. Now, Ron's been great. I think that his biggest contribution is in his artwork, his poetry.
Yes. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, no, Ron is a very artistic guy. I say that. Mr. McVan is an artistic guy. Like, I'm talking, one of my elders, I'm talking to him, you know, like we're good friends. We're not. I spoke to him on the phone one time. But Mr. McVan is seems like a fantastic guy, was very gracious. Everything I've ever heard has been great. His art is really special. He's a musician, he's a poet, and he also is a graphic artist. And most people who've been around this for some time can, instantly pick out a Ron McVan piece because his art style is very distinctive. But yeah, building that inspiration in the soul of our people. You see that today. There's a lot of our folk that come from different avenues and different stuff, but there's a very strong strain of our people that was their introduction to Asatru, was Ron's books and his artwork, and that touched them in the 80s and in the 90s and maybe even in the early 2000s, and has stuck with them ever since. And it's very enduring. Yeah, I think that his biggest contribution was as an artist. It's one of those things when you see people, man. So Nick's fast on these things. I'm going to find a picture that I want him to put up of Rob or of Ron. I apologize, because it's a really cool picture. So I'm going to find it for him, and he'll throw it up at some point during the broadcast. But Ron McVan comes from an age where when he was super duper involved, a lot of folks were really into the Viking LARP with the elaborate costumes and everything else. And Ron McVan is one of the few guys that doesn't look completely ridiculous in the Viking LARP, because he was always, an in shape guy, and he looks like he could actually wield a sword and actually, have sword and shield and go out and do some damage, instead of some of these behemoths that I think would be winded by the time they got off the ship. I'll say that as my testament to Ron McVan. I think he's one of the only guys in the Viking LARP days that looks like a legitimate, scary Viking, and not just a fat dude with a costume. So no, Ron's awesome. Let me see if I can pull up some pictures to pop up that I think are cool. Svan, do you have any thoughts about Ron McVan?
Yeah, kind of like piggybacking on what you had said, the exemplification of might and strength, even the poetry and the words, you could feel it, that it was just vicious and strong and weighted, but swift and poetic. But for me, again, art is a big thing. And I've been Asatru since the early 90s, and you can't not place the emphasis of the power of the art, perspective, the black and white art with line detail of crazy amounts, using lines as for texturing and bordering, perspective. And again, might, a big thing about it is might, and strength, and showing perspective of strength. You can't get away from that in the art. And I've actually been inspired by it, especially for the mural of Thor. Like the posturing, positioning of Thor on the boat is it was drawn from that influence. That was huge. Again, black and white. When we're talking about the Asatru in the early days, the artwork, and the way that we disseminated information was through like newsletters and mailing list orders and books. And, you had to go and find, like a mailing pamphlet to get stuff. There's no internet. There's none of that. It's like the artwork just made it more. When it got word heavy, the knowledge, amazing. But you needed that artwork. It brought spirit to the words. It made it.
And one of the cool things that I'll say about Ron is his, again, I talk like I know the guy and like we're close. I wish we were. He sounds amazing. I'd love to be his friend. But his things were broad and were throughout the scope of our folk, through medieval times, through modern history. I remember one, he's got a really cool drawing he did of Patton, like all within an Asatru context. Even though, like I mentioned earlier, he was part of the whole Viking LARP thing, he never confined our faith to being ancient or just existing in the Viking Age. He kept it going. You know, he kept his he saw a very clear thread that ran from our most ancient ancestors to us. And he never conceived of our faith as only existing amongst the ancients. He saw that thread of our folk soul all the way up to and including and flowering in us. And I thought that was I think that's really special. We've got more questions lined up, but Svan, where, you know, I know we're reaching kind of a fullness here. What other cosmological points do you want to clarify for folks or expound upon?
Well, one is intellectual honesty, like you've been reiterating, and I've reiterated too, is that understanding of the potential and the evolution of our understanding of cosmology, of the soul, or any aspects of Asatru have evolved, and really we don't see them as being broken up, but again, the string continues on and evolves. And so what we have is once we begin to look at the upper realm, not being just a place within the nestled heart of the mountains of the celestial gods, but seeing the celestial gods and the heavenly mountains as being of heaven, we begin to see there's that Yggdrasil is that source of power, and that the heavenly realm around it is very important. There's elements there. There's earth's well. And when we talk about water and roots is what I'm getting at. When we talk about rivers and we talk about the well springs, and we're not talking about just like an encapsulated well. As a matter of fact, Earth's well is described as being like a lake with swans in it, and that the boughs of Yggdrasil drip the life dew into the water, and then that water and the mud is scraped up by the Nornir and placed upon the roots to rejuvenate it. All of these things, when we start to see the celestial realm as the celestial realm and all that encapsulates, and understanding that the reason why the roots spread deep and why they disappear, or they can go in, they transfer through those things, and so do rivers. And that's very important. The understanding that there are, and Grimnismal is the real big one that we pull this from, is that there are 11 rivers in heaven and 11 rivers in the nether. And then there are 14 rivers that are described poetically in the middle. And to understand that, I think it's caused a lot of confusion for people. What are rivers? I mean, rivers were, of course, seen as primordial sources, especially the rivers underneath in the nether. There are the 11 rivers of primordial creation that are spoken of, and they have dreadful names, poetically, with reasons. So, like, just to give an example, so like when we have like Gunthrouw is the river of the rush of death, like when there's a sudden flushing of the loss of life, when the soul leaves the body, if you will. Silkir is the slurping river. It's again, all of these mentions of the river beneath have such deep intrinsic, like primordial, dreadful names that talk about primordialness. Ilkir is doom, and sometimes it's translated as a female wolf, and that causes a lot of confusion. But if you understand like poetry, the idea of seeing a female wolf was gloom inducing. Because it meant that there was going to be more wolves coming to, harass your inner guard. So it was that the potential of dread, and so that's why I think a lot of people get those translations confused. When we talk about like Gjol, a lot of people, don't see, but if you look at like the word like Gjallar, Gjallarhorn means to cry out, or like a resounding sound. Gjol means it means a sound, but it's the sound of like grievance or crying, or crying out to give the the condemned dead have to cross the river Gior. They're crying out, and then Sleeve is like ripping and slicing the soul. And so the primordial rivers below, and what they mean and what they represent, and how they emerge from the wellspring of Verjelmer, the bubbling, toiling, loud one, the screamer, the resounding one. These rivers represent deep primordial sources that are unseen. They lie below. And then when we talk about the rivers above, now when we're talking poetically and we see the gods in the mountain, in beyond the mountains, in the vale, Idavol, in the vale of the work where the gods live, high up in the mountain, where the tree is, and where the wellspring, Earth's well is, there are rivers that descend from there, and they're talked about. They go around Valhall. There's a river named Thund, and Thund has in it the fish of the wolf nation. And a lot of people have really misled that translation, that some say that it is Heimdall or Fenris or some relation to those. But, when we talk about the defense of Valhall, the Einherjar are within, and the children of the wolf, or the nation of the wolf, are like patrolling the river outside. We're talking about the Ulfhidnar, the Berserker, dedicated, esoteric, ecstatic warriors of Odin, harrying around Valhall, and they're just beyond the gate that can't be crossed, Valgrind. So there's, in the stories, when we read them, a lot of them are poetic references for the poets to learn and remember in order to utilize, but we see beautiful stories. And so the 11 rivers below and the 11 rivers above. And in cosmology, we see that polarity happening all the time. We see, for instance, like when Hel is placed in the lower, she is one of the three children. In the center is Jormungandr. And Jormungandr is biting his own tail. He's stasis. And then, so Hel is seen as like a less threat, because in the Gylfaginning, it's mentioned that her domain resides over all the 9 worlds. And we're talking about the ending of time and the consumption of the life force. She is seen as farthest away. In the middle is the stasis. And then there is the deep threat that is brought into heaven, into the upper realm, is Fenris. And that is when the, chaos gets a foothold into heaven. And it's only through the bravery of Tyr that it's expounded away and then dragged to the east and placed in the Black Lake. And, his sword is placed in the wolf's mouth, and his venom is just leaching out into the water and seeping into the middle world, where that consumptive kind of evil from Fenris's hunger and revenge and all the things that he represents. So the immediate threat is removed and placed in the middle. It's when we talk about cosmology and movement in the stories, a lot of people get hung up on things. Like when we talk, there's 11 rivers in heaven, and folks try to say, well, like, no, there can't be rivers in heaven because it's Asgard. It's just this little thing, and they don't understand, like, the 11 rivers in heaven have celestial names, like Kormt and Ormt is, Kormt is the cold one. Ormt is the serpentine river. And it's described as being, in the land of heaven, and that Thor must walk over them in order to get to the first root, the wellspring, which is in heaven. And, there's Thund, and like Gomel is the babbling river. There's the running river, the lucky river. All of these are kind of like broad ideas when they refer to as like cold or lucky or winding. And then when we look at the rivers in the middle, we can clearly see their connection to mankind, because there's ones like, there's the river of the people have conquered. That's Theothnuma. The river Theothnuma is mentioned as the river that's Theoth is people, and Numa is to like take Poseidon's over. There's the Thin River, the patient river, the holy river. Again, another point, the holy river, the reason why it's in the middle is because it's been blessed by the gods, it's been sanctified by the gods, and it's been deemed holy. When we see the vine river and the wine river, there's all these things are kind of connected to the material. So the gods, their rivers are heavy, lucky, winding, cold or cool, like refreshing. And then the rivers below are just detrimental. They're screaming, crying, slicing, rolling, swelling battle wound is one of them. The river Svol, or the not Svol, the river Gunthrouw means battle wound, or like something just wretched across the land. And so you can see that poetic language being utilized. But what is it really is we're talking about each of the wells having source, that they exude out into those planes, the upper, the middle, and the lower. They exude out into and create a liminal space between things. And so we see these rivers as in-betweens between the gods and the middle, between the middle and other parts of the middle, and between the middle and the lower. And so what rivers really represent in the stories are liminal spaces between tangible spots in which the spiritualism can transfer. So when we talk about, Thor, traversing rivers between Asgard and Midgard, it's hard for people to conceptualize that can even happen, because they need to think of everything in that flat two-dimensional space. But it's not, it's stratified. So then it causes conflict. If you understand poetry and you understand the names and you understand the conveying sense of what the poets were trying to tell, not just Snorri. Snorri was writing them down, compiling them, and cleaning them up. These stories came from before, and they had all of these poetics in them. And so there was reasonings behind them and what they represented to our folk. And in reality, too, ultimately, the secrets that lie within, that the gods were the first storytellers of the folk. They were that Heimdall was the first storyteller of the folk, if you will, when he transferred that knowledge to the folk, letting them know about all of these things. And then we find out about them even more so with Odin reciting them in Grimnismal or Thrymskvider, or whatever, or even Alvismal with Thor and Alvis. There's references again. So language and stuff like that's really important to kind of gain perspective, but to understand the meat and potatoes of like what water means, the liminal space and the dissemination. Earth's well is in the realm of heaven, and it spreads out order, and through that transference comes from the gods, and it descends into the middle. And then Mimir's well, again, has rivers going out, but all things flowing in, and the root is pulling up from there. These are really important ways of looking at these things. That's, again, going all the way back to that first question from Bodhi, is that's what makes it unique, is you can see movement in the stories, where the gods go, where men go, where the souls descend down, where Baldur and Hermod, and then the drawing up of the roots, and Ratatosk moving in and out between the phases of the realms and carrying messages to Wind Torn and to Nidhogg. It's a lot of movement. Cosmology isn't just static. It's very dynamic and catalytic.
All right. Well, so we went through the rivers. I want to answer a couple of more questions. Robert, whose wife passed very recently, has a question, and I hope he's still on the chat. I'm not sure if he is. This question was asked a while back. I have a question then. Is my wife in Helheim? I hope I spelled it right. And what if I go to a different place? We can move between and see each other, or do our families have a set home? Question mark. I would say this, probably. Is that where she probably is currently? Sure. in the land of the dead that way. What I also think the case is probably in her, and again, I don't know your wife very well. So I don't know if, she was someone who would be ascendant. I don't know what her whole situation is, and it's not ultimately up to me to judge the destination of her beyond the veil. But what I think happens with most of us, and probably with your wife, is yes, she exists in Helheim. She exists with the rest of her ancestors, and yeah, I think that's a thing, and I think that's probably the way that you will go through. I think even if you go on to something bigger or something better or something ascendant, if you're some kind of great hero, you still have that home base of interacting with your ancestors. So I don't think we can look at those realms in the same physical distance realms that we look at here in Midgard, because again, things beyond the veil exist in a very different way than they exist here. I don't think you have to catch a train and travel days to go see your wife if you're, in the halls of the gods and your wife is in Helheim. I don't think it works like that. So I think that we interact with and exist with our loved ones beyond the veil in whatever shape that takes. But that's not something that I'd worry about if I were you, because I think that has a way of working itself out. Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that we can only speak of our observations of the stories of our ancestors and how we carry that. And when we talk about death, and we talk about Helheim, a lot of people, again, I reiterated that it's not just like some filing cabinet in an essence, because all things, like Asatru said, they don't work like they do here. And what the root represents is that connectivity. That's why Nidhogg is trying to break it, because that he needs to destabilize the connectivity of the realms beyond the material. And so when we talk about like the poetics of Helheim, the vipers and the shades moving slowly, and the cold and the dark and the disease and the famine, what we are talking about is death itself. I often say the calamity of man. But we're talking about what hell is, what her dominion, and in reference specifically to things that our ancestors could poetically identify with death. The color of death being hell blau, hell blue, death blue. The usage of the words. But what we do know is that if the gods mete out the doom of those by witness the deeds. If the gods take upon to mark the individual of great deeds or terrible deeds, that carries weight. But for the most part, I think the idea is that we don't become needlings. We don't go against the transgressions of natural law and cosmic order, and we pass through into the realm of the folk soul. And we call that Helheim, or we call that the place beyond the veil, or the resounding place where we're all connected. And if you're ascendant, I don't think it necessarily means that you're separated, because again, those connection points exist, the liminal spaces of rivers, the connection of the roots. All of those things are important. And I think that for most of us, I'll even speak for myself in the sense that, and I think it might be easier to do it that way because I don't want to offend you in this time of loss, so I'll speak like if I die and I go, I will be intimately connected to the lines that have brought me here. And that goes back so far. And then laterally, the people that are connected through family, through clan, through nation, through blood, we begin to see not only the depth of time, but the width of time of all the souls that are connected to us. And so I think it's nigh impossible to not see your loved one again. Again, when we talk about the ascension of the soul after death too, it doesn't mean quite a separation. We talk about the parts of the soul coming back up to be ordered by the gods, or elevated to alpha, or elevated to D-Seer. That doesn't mean that there's ever really truly like just a cutoff point. But again, we are now part of the roots and part of the tree and part of the strata that makes the cosmos, that makes the spiritual cosmos, if you will. And so I'm not going to say that I know 100% that how things work, but I believe that there's just not a way for us to be intrinsically separated from each other, no matter the level of ascendancy or placement in the folk soul, to be utilized and to ascend, or to be replaced in the cycle, or to remain and guide our living ancestors, or to dispense the haminya. Again, all in tying into the soul of last victory never sleeps. So I'm my condolences, and I'm trying to speak of this with humility and respect to, and I have lost people close to me as well. So, but I'm trying to, with sincerity, tell you that I don't believe there is this disconnection. But at the same time, I cannot say this is what's going to happen, A, B, C, and D. It's more of, again, the poetic mythos tells us and gives us observation. And we need to trust in that, because the gods gave those stories to us, and they can do what they will, but they did give us those in a sense of, I think, comfort. The problem is that a lot of times, like with Snorri, he wrote down things and he painted things in, I think, ways that are, to him, his ancestors just 100 years ago saw death very differently than the way he had saw death by the involvement of Christianity, or his attempt at euhemerizing the gods and things like that. So I think that we are looking beyond just that surface, delving just as much deeply into the meaning of the stories as we are bringing them forward into the modern world, and not holding them entirely to just a Viking Age concept.
All right. The next question: what is the AFA's position on evolution? And look, I pressed the wrong button. All right, on evolution and the origin of the universe. How can we ensure that science doesn't conflict with Asatru? That's an interesting question, especially the last part. Origin of the universe. I don't know. I mentioned this before. It's one of those questions that doesn't have an actual answer. In science, well, cool, there was the Big Bang. Well, then what was before the Big Bang? Something. And then when we answer that, well, what was before that? But what was before that? It's like a little kid, if you've ever had them ask you the the endless, but why? But why? But why? And you can never find an end to that question. I think that there's some very, evolution is real and exists. That we evolved from amoebas, I don't know. That we evolved from monkeys, I don't know. But you can see in the small scale that making biological choices on partners and selective breeding creates specific results. So clearly things, species, mammals evolve due to breeding conditions and interaction with their environment and various things. And in our case, I believe interaction with the divine. The exact depth and breadth of that is to be determined to a degree. And it's really important that, so this is kind of my note about science that I've made several times. You can't out-science truth. Reality exists. Science is our current best attempt to explain that in ways that are quantifiable. But You can't get truth wrong. Truth exists. You can get science wrong. Science can be incomplete, or it can just be erroneous. Truth isn't. So Asatru, our gods and their relationship with our folk, is the truth that is constant. Our mythic language and poetic understanding of the exact depth and breadth of that is subject to evolving and getting closer to that truth and to understanding and quantifying that truth, just like science is. But the question at the end, how do we make sure science doesn't conflict with Asatru? I don't think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that science supports stuff that Svan and I say. I think it's really important that science and what Svan and I say conform to our gods and the reality in which we live. And, you know, that's the challenge. We're all trying to understand that better and to quantify that and qualify that in ways that are meaningful to us and that make sense. But I don't think there is an inherent conflict between Asatru and science. I think if they were both taken to, you know, their very best versions, they would both end up with the same understanding of truth, perhaps in different terms, but with similar conclusions. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, I'm simply going to piggyback, I think, on that, because I think you speak more to the spirit and the again, the perennial truth of it. I'm going to dress it with a little bit more of like just some of the more material trappings, if you will. You know, we talk about the secrets that reside in the stories. We can see them, but you can't quantify a timeline in mythos, because mythos is perennial truth portrayed in a story timeline that has no specific dates. But, you know, when we talk about like Rigstula, we talk about how when Heimdall comes down to great-grandmother and great-grandfather, and he is invited into their home. And so that they bring the faith of the gods into their home. And that home isn't a literal home. And great-grandmother and great-grandfather aren't literal people. We begin to see, you know, and then from that time he leaves, and a generation that follows is better. And then he comes down to grandfather and grandmother. And now we're starting to see a semblance of a timeline in the idea that there is a evolutionary process. And when we use that word, whether we're talking about scientific, I'm talking about just change in general. You know, when we see these truths, and great-grandmother and great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, and then father and mother, and from them descending the great knowledge of the folk, making the folk through Heimdall, we see that sense of divine interplay with changing or evolution. We see it again. I call Jotunheim, I've said it before earlier tonight, and I've said it before in previous episodes when I talk about Jotunheim being primordial resistance, is because primordial resistance creates change, creates evolution, an adaptation. And that natural law is cyclical and always follows its track. It cannot be moved, but it is constantly being berated by that evolutional resistance. And so it continues to adapt itself internally over and over and over again, thus making the inescapable natural law. So when we talk about science, I think that science is, again, ever-changing and always enumerated, but we see kernels of the mystery of the universe in our stories that coincide, I think, with the discoveries of science. A perfect example that I often use is when they refer to the vehicles of the spark of Muspel, the sun, the flame itself, and of Mauni's the moon, the physical moon, and the earth. And we talk about the rider of the day and the rider of the night. It was brought up earlier about Not. the Earth has day and night, and this involves revolution. And each of those riders have one horse, but together they make the rotation of the Earth. The sun has two horses, denoting both speed and rotation, early waker or seasonal waker, and very swift or all swift. And then the moon only has one horse, but it's the only celestial body that doesn't rotate on its own. I thought that that was so poetically beautiful, and I couldn't quite explain how that could be understood. But yet it seemed to be the Earth had two horses rotating. The sun has two horses. The moon only has one. And of course, we could talk about the idea of like speed and time, but interestingly enough, talking about rotational axis too. Very, very interesting. And I think that when we talk about things like Thor and Thor's power and symbology, the idea of Mjolnir and his belt and of Gridavol, the rod, the iron rod and a belt, the gloves, iron gripper and iron glove, and the switch. Suddenly, you can scientifically look at that symbology and place the idea of a coiled iron rod and electromagnetism. You can find science if you want in the stories. You can make those connections, and I think it's deeply important that the gods are hiding those kernels of understanding as we grow as a people. I don't think they want us to remain ignorant or encapsulated strictly in a time frame, whether it's like the Viking Age or, you know, it's not encapsulated, it's united, it's all connected. There's an unending line between the two. So you can find the science, but it's not about confirming our faith and the perennial truth of mythos with science. Instead, it's upholding perennial truth and then seeing the road signs of like confirmations of our perspective. Oh, look, we're growing. We're starting to understand things. Will we truly understand them in the scope of the gods? I don't think so. But you know, where that ends, I'm sure that only the gods know. But yes, you can find the science as perennial road signs showing that our perspective of the way that they function, we get to understand a little bit more every generation. I don't think that's ever stopped since Rigstula. I think that's, again, a perennial truth. They speak about 3 generations. And some people say, oh, that's just the Viking, hierarchy of the Thrall and the Carl and the Jarl. Sure, that's what perennial truths are. They apply on multiple levels, but it's also something else. And to say that it isn't something else is kind of, again, being dishonest with oneself. So yeah, I don't think it conflicts. I just think that there's signs of our perspective growing, and I think the gods know that we are going to grow. It's even like the attainment of the stars, or Founder McNallen often talked about reaching for the stars and living amongst the beyond. I don't think that would conflict with the spirit of the gods are looking for. They want to see us explore. They want to see us create. They want to see us bring order and to test ourselves and just like the gods witnessing the first boat that would travel from Norway to Iceland. There was no way of knowing that they were going to make it. And some of them didn't, but they did it anyways. And they were witnessed for it because that's the spirit that the gods put in us.
So this is a good follow-up to that. Our ancestors didn't/couldn't have known of the sheer vastness of physical space, i.e. other solar systems, galaxies, etc. Can modern understanding of our known universe lend to or hinder our faith? Truth is truth. If things are scientifically true, they're true. If they're religiously true, they're true. If they're true, they're true. So this is the point where we have to be courageous and be willing to roll the dice instead of bury our head in the sand and come up with crazy mental gymnastics to make pieces fit. Truth exists and is true whether we want it to be or whether we don't want it to be. Now, quote unquote science, whoever the scientists are, don't automatically become the arbiters of truth. But the more we grow as a race and as people, the more we understand and learn of the world around us and our existence. The gods are true and exist. Our faith is true and it exists. The universe and existence is true and it exists. Our understanding of it is imperfect and hopefully gets better. We need to have room that it continues to get better instead of doggedly sticking to things that are not true in order to go down with the ship in some sort of, fight till the end struggle on facts that aren't necessarily relevant. Our gods exist. What they do is true. Everything I'm saying is true to the best of my knowledge, but it's not true like what the gods says is true. It's as close as I can get from where I'm sitting. And it's done with the best of intention. Me and Svan are sitting here telling you the closest that we have come to that truth. But if we learn through objective, and when I say science, I'm watching the chat, and there's folks in there with varying degrees of acceptance of modern science or not. When I say science, I don't mean like stuff the CDC says. I don't mean Fauci. I don't mean whatever that may be. I mean, over time, collected science that becomes true by weight of experience and continued testing, not by political agenda. Certainly, people misuse science for their own ends. And I'll say this, people misuse religion for their own ends as well. I try to be really cautious that we in the AFA don't put our own political ideologies in the mouths of our gods. That if the truth of our gods is expressed politically, fine, but it's improper for us to force in messages of our own ideology in the mouths of our gods if it's not based on something that we believe is true from them. And same thing with science. But during the course of things, science, we should fully embrace and explore and examine the world around us in science in order to try to better understand the truth of our gods and our existence. Our faith, Asatru, must stand up to the test of further inquiry and further understanding. We shouldn't, pretend that we are Vikings and lock ourselves in the 8th century in order to somehow not see science. Something that a friend of mine who was deployed in Afghanistan said that he witnessed. He was doing civil affairs things. There was an imam in this village that he was in that insisted that the Quran said that metal can't fly. So they were bringing in some supplies on a helicopter. And this guy's running around, flapping his arms around, telling people, no, do not believe your eyes. Metal cannot fly. When it was right there in front of them, something happening. And I feel bad for that man because his religiosity put him in that untenable of a position. Ours doesn't do that or ask you to do that. Pursuing truth is in fact one of our virtues. And the better the science, the least it will conflict with our faith. And the better our understanding of our faith, the least it will conflict with real and provable demonstrable science. But that is where courage comes in, to be willing to re-examine things. And I'll extend it further. It's really important that we all re-examine our beliefs, what we think, what we have hard lines on, often. If we're right, that re-examination will strengthen our resolve, will buttress us against possible argumentation and criticism, and will make those positions much, much stronger. And if we're wrong, we should want to fix stuff we're wrong about, rather than the sunk cost fallacy of, hey, I've believed this for the last 10 years, therefore I'm going down with the ship, even if I know it's not true. No, adjust and reevaluate and get closer and closer to truth. And that does take courage. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, I enjoy, I think one of the reasons why I'm even here is, again, the spiritual honesty and the intellectual honesty and the physical honesty that pervades in our church, in Asatru Folk Assembly, in Asatru, our faith, because we see a lot of people, especially again, the dogged Abrahamists, that, you know, that book is literal and so on and so forth. And if we voice these opinions about our seeking of the truth and our understanding of, or seeking of the perception of the truth, they take, oh, you guys are just atheists. You know, you're just atheists and pretending to be Vikings. And they couldn't be further from the truth. In actuality, we're organic and we're no longer like a static, you know, just, I guess, man-made, internalized kind of conventional thing. We speak about life as a growing and as an expounding, and the truth of the gods exists here, and our perception is expanding towards that. And science, I think, oftentimes helps us understand that our, like, again, if you look back at when you were a younger kid and you think you were just the coolest thing, that doesn't happen often. Usually it's always like, you know, yeah, I've evolved, I've moved. But that's, you're not carrying the truth of the gods with you as you go. It's here and we are expanding out to it. So it exists outside of that. And scientific perception helps us kind of, I think, confirm a lot of our understanding of the way the gods work. So lending to, again, I kind of spoke of the idea of the stories and the rotations. And so lending to the idea of the truth about the moon and the sun and the earth long before its absolute understanding of our perceptions. But at the same time, we are speaking about the truth of the gods while we are expanding in our understanding and perception of things. And we aren't afraid to examine ourselves and look forward. We're not afraid, because the truth of it is that we have all the expanding pillars out, the truth of truth, honor, courage, all of these things, the boldness, all of these truths that we carry with us as we expand. So those don't go away. It's just that as we learn more, we begin to understand the mysteries of the gods that they've been telling us as we've gone along. So I don't know. I don't think it necessarily detracts. I think that it's so interesting when people talk about science. The problem in this day and age is science is used as a weapon, and it's constantly used that way. You know, like I say, my faith in the gods exists more than any scientist's theories about how the moon was made or what dark matter is. They don't know. It's not even a thing. It's just they use that as a reasoning behind something else that they might see but not fully understand. And that's okay. That's science. It's questioning. But people take that as an absolute truth, that, you know, somebody has a theory about something and, oh no, that's what the science says. So that's what it is. Dark matter is an absolute thing. And most scientists will tell you it's not at all. Again, and there was somebody who'd said, I saw it recently in a video where it's like, if you're looking at the mysteries of the universe, is like dipping a cup into the ocean. You don't see any fish in the cup, so they must not exist. But they do exist in the ocean. It's just we've only seen, but our awareness is still growing. It's very, very small. And so I don't think we should have this antithetical view of science. I think that our ancestors didn't either. When they understood, when they found something good and they tested it and it proved to be true, they utilized it. They made it something a part of their culture. They expounded. They knew what the ocean was and what it was capable of doing. Yet still they built the boat. Yet still they crossed it. And that, when we look up into the sky and we talk about the gods and you see an airplane cross over, it's not. That's the spirit of that boat crossing the inescapable truth of the sky. But yet still we strive. And I think our gods want us to do that.
All right. So we have, several more questions. Is there more about the basics of our cosmology that you have on your list that you want to cover this evening?
No, just basically to understanding and reiterate.
Cool.
We talk about heaven, or what oftentimes we refer to Asgard, but seeing Asgard as a place of heaven, because Himmelbjörg is mentioned, the heavenly mountains, the tree and the first root are mentioned in heaven. We must see these realms as more than simply just encapsulated spaces. And we see that there's heaven, or we call it Asgard often because that's where the gods live. We see the middle as the place of time, and there are forces above and below, and to the west and to the east, if we're using poetic language, that emphasize their flux into the middle. And then the places beyond time, Niflheim, Helheim, all of those places, and the interconnectedness between them through rivers, through wells, and through roots are all important concepts that if you're tackling cosmology, you must bear in mind. And then, of course, to the polaric forces of Muspelheim and Niflheim. Muspelheim is far, and it is spoken of as one day it will return. And the cycle is that part of Ragnarok does come. But right now, it's just conceptualizing and breaking things up into the 9 worlds and knowing the above and the slightly above and here and to the east and to the west and to the north and to the south and to the lower and even lower still is important to help you engage cosmology, to understand the poetic movements of the stories. That's about it.
All right. So got about, I don't know, we've got several more questions. One of them coming up, I think. Anyways, I apologize. My mind wanders. So the next question is, Mr. Flavel, you spoke about mythic time and how our myths are happening in the past, present, and future simultaneously. It's an intriguing concept, and I struggle to wrap my head around it. Is there anything else that can be said about mythic time and how the nature of that works? So, be completely honest with you, I struggle with it too. It's a very confusing concept. And it's even harder to describe it in a way that captures it perfectly, because we are temporal beings. We exist in time. Our language is based around our experience in time. And it's kind of beyond our points of reference to understand things that exist outside of that concept. Our myths take cosmic cycles that exist outside of our temporal existence and explain them in a temporal narrative. in our best attempt to understand that, we try to decouple it from the temporal narrative to understanding the truths within it that are beyond time. So when we hear about Balder, for example, his birth, his life, his death, his rebirth, all of those things tell us what we need to know to comprehend Balder to the best understanding of our ancestors that codified these myths. Now, there's more to learn and more to know, and we come to a better and closer understanding to Lord Balder now that we have a Hoff to him and we're engaged in his worship regularly. But for us to conceive of Balder, our mind picks a time. Do I think of Balder when he's in hell? Do I think of Balder when he's returned? Do I think of Balder when he's currently the most glorious of the gods and all the gods are fawning over how great he is? All of those are Balder. Me picking a time or an instance is me attempting to make Balder relatable to me and my existence. But that's a tool for me to understand Balder. Balder isn't beholden to my mortal understanding of things. So I don't know if that cleared anything up or just made it more confusing. But yes, it is very confusing because we live a temporal existence. It's the reason that our lore is written the way it is, because to present it any other way would be outside the bounds of how our mind works. Do you have any more you can add on that, Svan?
The only thing I would say is just a little bit what you just said at the end. It would work on the outside of the bounds of our minds, but it would also, if we did it in any other like entirely literal sense, it would also downplay the magnificent or awe-inspiringness of the gods. It would detract just as much as it would also like extract our understanding of things. So it kind of goes both ways. That's why the beauty of mythos is, as Asatru said, just it is very almost spiraling in the sense that it can applicate all moments to understanding. You can apply so much in various ways over and over and over again. Whether it is, and that's one of the mysteries that I think Abrahamic religions deeply struggle with, is that the literalness and the linearness of things, but yet understanding perennial truths. At certain times they accept it, and at other times they absolutely shoot it behind the shed, in that they put it down in the ground, and so they conflict with themselves so deeply about all of that. For us, there is that conflict doesn't exist. It's just an understanding that when we do make things linear and we do make things separate, we stratify, understand. But I always I remember a very, very good friend of mine talking about the 9 worlds, and he said what's really going to throw you off is understanding that stratify them is to understand them, but as much as they are separate, they are together and overlapped. So the grandest distance between the middle and the upper is as far as you would imagine it would be to travel between the material and the spiritual, but it's also in the blink of an eye because they overlap. And that's something that you have to stratify to make sense. Only in experiencing and seeing and observing it and living life can you and interact with the divine. You begin to realize it doesn't apply to the rules that we place down in order to understand it.
All right. So, Nick, can you throw up the Yggdrasil graphic as big as you possibly can? I'm not worried about seeing Svan's face or my face for this next deal. The next question is from you, Nick, as a matter of fact. Can we get a breakdown of the nuances of this episode's picture and the points of interest therein? Svan, can you kind of take us through this depiction of our cosmology and decode some of the detail and important pieces of this for folks?
Yeah, it's hard to, and I think that many people have tried to stratify in a two-dimensional image something that isn't even spoken of in 2 dimensions. But as we go, remember I was speaking poetically where we speak about things at a singular plane. And as we've come to know now that there is not just a singular plane, but a multi-layered, what we begin to look at is Aryan mythos and what it repeatedly emphasizes about the upper, the middle, and the lower. And so this is really lending to lore. When we talk, you know, at the very top, the eagle and the hawk. The eagle is wind-torn. The hawk is not actually ever named in the poems. And we see the 4 hearts existing in the branches. One of them is specifically over Ausgard because it is mentioned about the dripping of the dew from the antlers. So there's lots of lore in here. There's the rivers dripping from Eidavall, from the mountains. And at the base of Yggdrasil is the council seat of the gods as they observe into the middle. But it was really important to show the middle as the world, and that the upper world and the divine realm is, again, above it and orders or disseminates it down. Of course, Bifrost, the glimmering path, we've talked about that with Heimdall, about how the light of the divinity being placed within a god that is the white ouse with 1 foot in the material and 1 foot in the divine, that divine light being spectrumed in the form of a, you know, prismatic colors. And again, that could be science lending again, however you wish to, you know, see that. Again, it's also mentioned too about the sun traversing in the celestial and the moon traversing in Alvismal. The gods have names for the light, but the light is kind of seen as not quite literally the sun is. Yeah, you know, it's the light itself that represents. So, you know, placing the solaric light in the above world, and the waning and cyclical light of the moon in the underworld, and placing the colors, again, light in the upper, green and grays and blues in the middle, and then the dark and shades in the lower. And now some people, the stars are kind of representative of Ljosalfheim, of the celestial in between, the light and the heat. When we celebrate Dellinger's door being opened and the warmth, so the cycles, and that's why a circle of stars is kind of represented. Some people might be thrown off by the Irminsul, but the Irminsul really represents how, again, the perennial truth of Axis Mundi presides. Even though you can see the tree and its roots spreading out and creating a connective system, there's still the Axis Mundi itself, the central point, and the shape of the Irminsul upholding or separating the material from the divine, keeping the two in order and in structure is important. You know, to the east or to the right, you see Jotunheim and Mimmerswell and the rivers that exude from there. To the west, we see Vanaheim, the place of life and natural law, the inescapable. And I you know, Ratatosk is there. If you talk about Odin being the psychopomp of the soul, Ratatosk is like the psychopomp of the tree itself. It's communicative connection between the top and the bottom. And you know that then the third root going all the way down to Vergelmer in the lower realm, and there's Nidhogg, because Nidhogg is spoken of being at the beach, Nastrond, at the gates of Helgard, but also being spoken of as being at the root where the 11 rivers of the underworld are sourced, that he's trying to rip apart that root, because that, again, is the cycle back up, the cyclical nature of it all. He's desperately trying to break it, because that's where the gods and their application of the entirety is there, and it can serve against them. It's chaos, again, gnawing at order. And the shaded hall below, there you can see Movguth on the bridge, the wide bridge, the souls of mankind traverse. You can kind of see it a little bit, but it's not there. In the middle world, in the upper right of the world, there's a cave there with a hound. It's kind of hard to see, but that's Garmr, and that's Nipa's cave, and that represents that transitional point between the middle and the lower. And when you traverse down, Movguth makes sure that she is the adjudicator of the decisions that are made by the gods and the ancestors. Either you get to go through and continue, or you are placed on the beach, the river that flows underneath technically the two rivers, Gjol and Sleeve. And there's Nastron. So that's why that river is highly emphasized. And then there are exactly 11 rivers. They're called the Elvaugar. The Elvaugar is the 11 rivers that were ever since primordial creation. And in essence, all primordial power flows from Niflheim through the liminal spaces of those rivers. So there's a lot going on there, but with intention of keeping spiritual congruency with Aryan thought and with understanding of the way, both kind of mixing a little bit of our understanding of the world. It's not seen, the world isn't seen as a flat disc. The world is the world, and the realms around it influence the center. So, yeah, you can see him and Bjorg with the cave and Ausgard, and there's more to it actually that we've added. So this is just a slightly older picture. All right. Sorry. And the eagle behind the Irminsul is Hreisvelg, the source of winds, the Jotun of the winds. Just like Ayer and Ron exist in the primordial ocean, Hreisvelg also exists on the edge of the knowing of the world as the source of the winds.
All right. So how do you feel about colonizing Mars, the moon, the stars? So I feel that we need to do those things. This is kind of a fundamental that our founder, Stephen McNallen, put into place. So they used to, at the All Things and at Asatru Free Assembly gatherings, and for those of you who are unaware, Asatru Free Assembly is the predecessor organization of the Asatru Folk Assembly. They would start the event by a ceremonial launching of, I don't know if you guys remember those like rockets that had the what was it? They had the little thing, so you'd shoot up these rockets way, way up in the air, and sometimes they'd have a little parachute guy that'd come out or whatever. But those model rockets that you'd shoot up back in the early days, they would start the events with that. It's always been the belief of the AFA that our destiny is in the stars, and to continue the Faustian instinct of our folk to colonize the beyond, whatever that may be. And I think that the imperative of that is, a lot of issues, eventual overcrowding of the earth, and wherever we feel that's at some point in the future, if we expand exponentially, we will need more living space. But beyond that, there's a clock on things. So the sun has whatever many bajillion years left in it before it goes supernova and it destroys everything in our solar system. The real test of endurance is if we can colonize additional solar systems. And once we have the ability to do that, then supernovas aren't the existential threat to our existence. Now, all of this is fanciful, but you did ask the question. Colonizing other bodies in our solar system and in our galaxy, in our universe, is absolutely something in keeping with our people. In fact, the space program has largely been the effort of our folk, despite modern movies that say it was 3 sassy black ladies. That wasn't really how it all worked out. It's been largely the work of our folk and the work that they put in and the science they put in to get to the moon, to put rovers on Mars, to do all of those things. So, I think those are absolutely goals for our people to achieve at some point. Svan, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I thought about this a lot. I think, especially in this day and age when, we're the first time I ever saw a rocket land, feet down, if you will. I know that was always stuff of science fiction, and then it became true. And in this innovation that we are doing, I think that perhaps the world in and of itself is involved in certain things, but what isn't the world is our spiritual outlook of what this means. I think that we should always temper our movements with moral understanding and guidance of, keeping to truth, keeping to courage, keeping our honor, keeping our nobility to it. But that doesn't necessarily hinder us either. It's just that I think that we should see the voids of things and try to breach across them, look to the west and move. I think it's just innately in us. I think that God's put that in us for a reason, and that reason is, again, to expound on more of an understanding. And I think, I've never seen it as an antithesis against faith. I've always seen it as just an understanding that is inherent to us, that we have to, that we wanted to, and we're firstly the ones to really, really want to. Whatever nations or countries, if you're talking about astronauts and cosmonauts and so on and so forth, at the end of the day, the folk wanted to traverse the stars.
Just a random thought. Heathen Man, your questions are in the queue and I am going to answer them. So, go to bed, do your thing, but they will be on this if you listen to it at a later time. Because they're a little bit further down in our list. This is I think, a good question. I'm going to let you take the first swing on this one. To your knowledge, does a Seath woman travel between worlds, or does she bring the other worlds to her by thinning the veil?
That is a great question.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Again, so from lore, let's just go with lore first. We see that there seems to be a spiritual movement, almost like a projection, if you will, that can and seems to take place. I've had a personal experience, or not me personally, actually, my mother and sibling, and their story of this happening with a man from Iceland who, he just called himself a psychic, and that projection forward. So there does seem to be travel and movement, and I think that means more in the material, but you're talking about the worlds. And that, I think, is the key to Seder, is that you're bringing in. So the traveling distance between the worlds is, again, like I said, as far as you can conceptualize, but always one step away. That's what makes it feminine in nature as a form of mysticism within our religion, is that when we talk about like the formulation of Galder and the construction of willful manifestation into order, that's outward. Seidr is inward, and it brings about that. And I think that women are more apt to do that. I think it's not necessarily within the nature of the masculine, but in the nature of the feminine, to bridge that gap, to bring the far distance into the receptive, to the point where, again, like I said, it's only one step away. And again, I've seen that. I mentioned that in the soul episode of the woman that spoke of my grandparents behind me. Are they in Helgard? Are they in are they in the place beyond death and time? Are they with the folk soul? Yes. Are they right behind me? Yes. Did she see them? Apparently she did. And it was confirmed later. So that, I think, is a great way of placing that there. That the way you wrote that question was kind of an answer in and of itself.
Yeah, I think to touch on that, I think that's one of the, and all these terms we use far too loosely because I don't think we have as in-depth of a tradition on it living now as we should, or certainly than our ancestors did. In Scythe practice, I do think the idea is drawing that other into the Scythe Kona, or the woman practicing Seidr. That's one of the things is not to be vulgar, but one of the truths of female magical practice is girls have an innie and guys have an outie. It's one of the things. Scythe practice brings other things into and in a position of taking possession of, or in channeling through the Scythe practitioner, whereas men, when they do similar things, it's often called faring forth, and the idea is sending out your fetch, or sending things out beyond yourself to these other places. And I think it may seem like kind of a subtle difference, and it might be in some ways. But I think it's a fascinating question that you asked, and I'm really glad that you did. Yes, Scythe practice, I think you're summoning the other across the veil to you. Certainly, you also implied you are thinning that veil. You are doing through ritual ways to make that membrane more permeable to where the other can come to you. And when men do kind of similar practice, they're sending their self in their fetch out to the other to interact on those planes. And again, that's the most broad way of explaining it. And there are folk that are much more experienced with that and can probably make that more clear to you. But that's my take on that. But I absolutely love that you asked the question like that. Also from Allie, based on description and current understanding of our lore, which realm would you be most interested in experiencing as you are today? Svan.
Ooh, man. Laying out the good ones.
We can count on Allie to lay out the good questions. She likes to come in, halfway through or towards the end of the program and really put out some of the good stuff.
Interested in experiencing. I mean, heaven is the highest attainment, I think. But it's definitely, for me, it's a toss-up between the idea of the source of natural law and all life, and what that could spiritually reflect into my eyes if I could see it. What would it look like? Just as much as the heavenly expanse, but I don't know. It's kind of caught between those two. To see heaven, or to see the waning, the west, the place beyond, the whether it's the the Avalon of the west, or the place of magic and life. It's a toss up, but I don't know. That would be rough. Those two. I'll go with two. Political answer there.
I would. It almost feels presumptuous or improper. I would absolutely love to, even for a day, even for a moment, see the realm of the gods, see the heavenly realm of Asgard. And I mean, there's enough of this to last, any one of these things would be an amazing, mind-blowing thing. But I mean, there's so much to just see there, to experience being in the presence of the gods in a closer, more tangible way.
That's a tough one.
But I think what I would like the most from it is to know their will, not just to interpret their will, but for them to tell me, I approve of X, I disapprove of Y. I mean, it is the greatest hope that I can imagine that they would be pleased with something that I've done or was doing for our folk. But I guess to get that interaction in some way of knowing, validating what I'm doing, what I have done in my life, and how closely that connects with what they would have wanted me to do. And I mean, that answer, I guess, could cut both ways. If I'm off in left field and I'm screwing up, then it'd probably be, devastating beyond belief. If I was on the right track and am on the right track, then it would mean more to me than anything else. So I think that's the realm that I would most want to experience in some way.
Dang, that was a good one. Even to go see, go to the folk soul and see, just find the wisdom of those that come before us. That would be mind-blowing as well. Oh.
All right. So now we're on to Heathen Man's questions. And it feels like these questions are coming from a very personal place. So I don't know if this is relevant to this man's background or a friend of his or someone he knows or just what. The last few shows, you and Svan have talked a lot about the folk soul, blood memory, etc. How do you believe these concepts apply, if at all, to someone of mixed blood? So I saw some of the responses in the chat, and what I want to... So I want to do two things. I'll speculate on the esoterics of it, and then I want to explain how that relates to group practice. So that is a fine question. And it's one that in the world that we live in, we are faced with more and more often. The answer is, I don't know, and I don't think any of us truly know the answer to the question. There are undoubtedly many people who practice Asatru very successfully that are not 100% pure Aryan in their stock. We get accused all the time of this demand for purity that we don't have. The purity of our soul and how it relates to how the blood memory interacts with us and how the gods accept us or not is ultimately up to them. That level of purity and how our folk accept someone is very different, and it's up to the folk. I don't know how all that interacts. You mentioned the idea of someone who's 50% German and 50% Japanese. It doesn't work as good as if they were 100% German or 100% Japanese. I can't speak for the gods and say that there's no connection there. I think that'd be improper. I don't know how that all works. I know that that's not how it's supposed to be. And I would advise that person's parents on both sides to stick to their ancestral roots and to people of their race to procreate and further their lineage with. Those people are put in a terrible spot where, you mentioned, and, Asatru or Shinto, neither would accept that person in an authentic way. How that relates to group practice, the finer points of your soul are going to end up being worked out by the gods, but what you bring into the group, group dynamics is very important, and this is hard for a lot of people to understand. In Christianity, Jesus is your personal Lord and Savior, and it's all about your personal relationship with the divine in that way. In Asatru, it's not. It's about your relationship to the group and the group's relationship to the divine, as well as your personal interaction to the divine. So we're sent messages that we are culturally enriched by diversity. And variety of things does enrich certain things. It also diminishes certain things. In the context of religious practice by a group, homogeneity is what we're celebrating. The fact that when you look around, it's all us. When it's us and then a them gets introduced, it's no longer all of us. It's us and then this one them that isn't us. So if you come into a group and genetically you look of mixed origin and you don't look like us, then we can no longer focus on all of that we have in common. The focus is on the things you don't have in common with us. And it disrupts that group dynamic in a really detrimental way. If someone comes into the group of us and they look like us, but they want to go on and on about how not us they are, again, it breaks what we're trying to, it breaks the emulsion of us trying to be cohesive unit. And it makes us, focus on the other instead of us. For the example being Elizabeth Warren, as white as the rest of us, but she pretends that she's a Native American of some sort and talks about that. It's not her ancestry that messes it up. It's her pretendianness that messes stuff up. And if anything, either what you speak of and identify as culturally, or what is plain to see through your genetics, disrupt that group dynamic, it's not fair and it's not worth it for the group. And it puts those people in a very lonely and very isolated situation. And a situation that, again, had their parents listened to me, they wouldn't be in, but one that I don't know how to unravel. Do you have any thoughts on that, Svan?
Yeah, I like to use it's kind of a, again, polaric thing. If we talk about the Native Americans, it's absolutely accepted. But if it's talked about the folk or white people, it's not accepted ever. So I like to use those polarics also too, because again, reading the book God is Red and understanding folkish dynamics from that was a Native American who wrote that book. So a lot of times I find when I converse with people, I use that. And of course, people always try to say, oh, you can't speak for them and so on. No, I can't. But I'm just going to use based off of observation is the idea that when we talk about Native Americans and we know, and I've actually interacted a lot with Native Americans in my life. I live in a place where the Lumbees are very, very common here. The McLaurens and all of them. So there are varied senses of Native Americans and what they look like from all over, just like there are Europeans that have variations. But at the same time, they do identify themselves. They have a draw, an ethnicity, and a visage of the self that is different. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the white man or the yellow man or the black man or the brown man, as many have even referred to in their writings. So that visage of themselves, at what point do they get to say that can't be convoluted, that can't be addressed? And that's why I think Christianity it was a double-sided sword for them. On one hand, it allowed for universalism to be applied to the individual soul, but at the same time, it completely destroyed the homogeneity of the Native American spiritual soul in its connectiveness together, which is just what Asatru was talking about. So on one hand, it allowed or made for a broad pasting of everything, but in what way did it not completely destroy the very thing that made their identity? And it was important to them even amongst each other. There was a difference between like a Lakota and a Sioux, or a Cree or a Crow, or it's just there's so much there when we talk about tribal dynamics, tribal spirituality. In a sense, we're not doing that in the idea that we're fracturing down into such small groups. We see ourselves as folk because that's the way, in a way, like even the Native Americans are doing that with the colors, the white man, the red man, the brown man, the yellow man, the black man. They were doing it too, but by that time it was already kind of too late. Universalism was washing over their spiritual formats, and it caused a great spiritual disconnection, but also a physical and mental disconnection. And a lot of people would assume that we don't have a problem with that, but that is clearly, we see that happens, whether you're Japanese and Shinto or Native American or folk. I mean, the applications that's I guess the one universal part about it is that each group deserves to have that dynamic. And so universalism lends to that blurring between the lines. And the only thing I could say is I have seen that most people make an attempt at some point, if they are of mixed ethnicity, to identify. Sometimes they do it virulently. Sometimes I made a joke in just a few days ago about how there was a very, very, very vicious-minded woman who was of mixed ethnicity talking about white people and how much she hated them. And I said, that she's overcompensating because of her turmoil. And I was making a joke and kind of prodding, but what I was really saying is that turmoil is real. because there's the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. And when you start getting that, but eventually, I hope she comes to peace with understanding not so much about hating others as she needs to delve into trying to reconnect at least to her African descent and come to peace with that and build that up and try to build her people up. And hopefully they'll accept her. If they don't, again, I can't speak on that. A lot of times that does happen where blacks don't accept, you're not really black because you have a white or an Asian parent. That's not for me to say. That's on them. But just like they have the right to say it and either accept or not accept, so do we. And I think that is very, very important. And it goes down. And I wish I could give you a clear-cut answer, but it's not clear-cut. So I'm not a universalist, and I don't believe that there's a universal answer across all of these important distinctions. But instead that there's a pathway that you need to find in order to reconnect yourself. And you have to understand that, unfortunately, wherever you go, no matter what side you're on, there's always the possibility that the people that have remained will make that line because they don't want it to continue to happen. They don't want that turmoil to continue. It's not that they hate you. It's not that they want you to, people take that immediately in that regards, but no, there has to be a point where the turmoil needs to stop. And it throws people off when we bring in a spiritual context to it. Because a lot of times when they want to justify people's reactions, it's either mental or strictly physical. And we combine all of those together. And I think that, a lot of people, especially just as if you think about any group of Polynesian, whether they're Micronesians or Samoans or people of the Pacific Islands, as they island hopped and usurped, whether we're talking about the Maori or anything, there was always this sense of, the expansion and domination, but it was within kind of an ethnicity group that clearly is defined now. People say, like, I'm Pacific Islander, and that's just like an identifying umbrella. It just got crazier when it crossed ethnicity borders, whether it's, the Arabic to the European or the African to the Arabic or the European to the Native American or South American. And so healing those wounds involves shoring up the edges and making sure the turmoil stops. And then mutualistic respect can be built in order to understand spiritual peace between the two forces, as opposed to trying to force everything down into this kind of sense, like what you had said, the variety brings benefit, but it also detriments greatly. Recognizing those detriments and then healing from them requires, hard lines, hard decisions.
So also by Heathen Man, also, could you describe the ritual you were involved in when your grandmother visited you from the other side of the veil? For those who don't have access to group rituals, could you give an example of what kind of ritual a person could do on their own to have that experience? Also, does there need to be a grandiose purpose when calling out to a loved one beyond the veil? Or is it okay to just want to feel their presence and say hello? So I think I'm going to answer these in reverse order. No, there doesn't need to be a grandiose purpose. You can absolutely just reach out to your ancestors and say hi and want to commune with them. That's completely and totally appropriate, and absolutely something I would recommend everyone here that hears this do. So I guess I'm not answering them reversely. I want to answer the last one, then the first one, then the middle one. So this was 2016. Winter Nights of 2016 was the DCR bloat, and we were at a camp in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. It's a camp we did a lot of our rituals at. We were there for 10 years for Winter Nights. Githya Pat Hall, who one of the most spiritually powerful people I've ever met, did the DCR bloat. And it was after dark. And as we typically do for bloats that are outdoors where we don't have a hoff, we'd gathered in the field in a circle, and Pat was conducting the ritual, and this is as I remember. Again, this was like 7 years ago. Pat, as I recall it, Pat called upon the DCR generally. And anybody who hasn't been there, the setting is, there was a fire in the middle. I don't believe we had torches around the outside at this particular ritual. There was a fire in the middle. It was after dark, and Pat had us focus on calling one of our female ancestors specifically and inviting them to be there with us. She asked us to close our eyes and to call out to them as we made our offerings from heart to hand to horn, into the horn as it came around. And we did that. I called on my grandmother, Mary Ann Davis, and I asked her to be there with me. And there was a moment. So if you haven't been to one of these rituals, one of the things we do is we put our hand over our hearts, and when they come around with a horn of mead, when the Gothia or the Githya comes around with a horn of mead, we try to focus all of our spiritual energy that we have for that ritual into our hand through our heart. And then we take our hand and we reach out and we hold on to and imbue that horn with our spiritual energy. So I did that, and then I think Pat was 2 or 3 people in the circle down from me. And I put my head down as I do. My grandma was probably, I don't know, girls are short. It's hard to figure that out. But she was chest high to me. Let's just say that. So I put my head down and I closed my eyes. We were asked to close our eyes for it. And I put my head down, and it's hard to describe because it didn't just like boom instantly out of nowhere. It was softer than that. But I felt my grandma give me a hug. In the same way that, I can vividly remember giving my grandmother a hug like this, because she passed when I was, I don't know, 20 or so. So, I was, the same height, so the dimensions were the same. And I leaned down and I could smell her old lady hairspray that she would use. She was one of those in that day. The old ladies, when they got old, they would put their hair up in these curlers and they'd get these old lady perms, and they're just
smell the whole
about 55 years old, they start putting in the old lady curls, and then they're just waiting at that point. We don't see that amongst our older women anymore. But in this time we did. And so, her bathroom wall had this wallpaper up. And if you looked at it and the light caught it, it was just ridiculous. All this overspray of hairspray on the back of this wall. But yeah, I could smell that very specifically. And I felt the shape of her old lady head and body and arms up against me. And I just put my arms out to hug her and to pull her close. And I kept my eyes closed with every other sense that I had besides sight. I felt my grandma there with me that day. And it was one of the most profound spiritual experiences of my life. It's silly. I don't do this on purpose. I literally tear up every single time I remember it, because it bypasses any of the thought process or logic in my brain. And it just touches me on such a primal level, because that's that connection. And I just took a minute there, giving my grandma a hug, who had passed away 15 years previous. But yeah, it's not a simile. It's not me describing it in my head symbolically. No, that was the last time I gave my grandma a hug. I 1,000% believe that. But what was really telling with the power of the ritual, and sometimes you have rituals that just hit one person in the right way. But this one, and it's a testament to how powerful of a Githia Pat was, a bunch of us, a bunch of guys left that circle afterwards and just went off into the dark and just wept like children, because it was so moving to them. A number of guys that you wouldn't have thought would. So something really special happened there that night. And I'll take that with me for the rest of my life. As far as what you could do individually to have a similar experience, I don't know. You could call Pat Hall and ask her to come to your house. Honestly, it's hard, because once the magic gets captured like that, I don't think you could recreate it exactly if you tried. The efficacy of a ritual like that, facilitating that, has so many factors that aren't readily apparent. It is a combination of you and your spiritual gravitas and your ability to connect, and the matrix that makes you who you are. It is that from the other side of the veil with who you're trying to connect with, and who they are and how powerful they are. And if they want to make that connection with you. And in a case of a group ritual, that Gothi or Githia's ability to channel that and to help facilitate that. It's harder by yourself, because it's just you facilitating and trying to make that thing happen. I would suggest the closest I could say would be to find a time where it's still, I always like nighttime. Other people are different. You might be different. But going before your altar, if you just have one, or if you have an ancestor altar specifically, lighting a candle, lighting incense, making an offering. And again, I think closing down the senses of yours that wouldn't be helpful to it. So closing your eyes and inviting, asking, praying to your ancestor to visit you or to speak to you or to interact with you, and giving an honest and heartfelt pouring out of your feelings. That's what I would recommend, but without expectation. Just as an offering of, hey, please be here with me. I love you. I miss you, whatever. And sit there for a time. If you have to, set a timer for 10 minutes. And just sit there focusing on your loved one and the feeling of it with some candlelight, and just see what that does. Maybe it'll be amazing. Maybe it won't do anything. Again, that's between you and your loved one you're reaching out to, and how that all fleshes out. But that's what I would suggest one does. Svan, do you have any insight on maybe what to recommend as a solo practitioner to facilitate something similar to that?
Yeah, well, first I would like to frame for those listening everything that the Asatru Godi just said. I want to stratify it for people to better understand perhaps a little bit, so that they can start bridging or breaking out or stepping forth to possibly have those experiences. And it takes time. Asatru Godi's been doing this for a long time, and he at the same time is fulfilling multiple levels as being a receiver of spiritual power and insight, and also experiencing it at the same time. So I call it the 3 P's. There's pathos, praxis, and pontifex. And all 3 were mentioned just now in Asatru Godi's experience. Pathos is of the self, the feeling of the self, and it requires practice to open oneself up. We get inundated with so much information and so much stress and so much mental gymnastics that we're doing throughout the day that it's very, very hard for us to calm down. And so, like Asatru Godi said about just sitting down and sitting in the dark, or having a moment, that's pathos. And that takes time. Sometimes things will happen, sometimes things won't. And it takes a dedicated mind. It takes discipline. Then there is praxis. Sometimes praxis is utilized to separate ourselves from the world in order to be more pathos, to be more receptive of those things. And that's what we call ritual or bloat or whatever it may be. And sometimes it's very hard to bridge the gap. I've heard it said by Asatru Godi before, the biggest distance is between 0 and 1. So, you have your pathos and you have your praxis, and that's very hard to bridge. Sometimes you have the pontifex, the middle, the in between, somebody else that is guiding you so that you can let go. And so all of those 3 have interplayed in what you just heard when we talk about Patricia Githia that led the ceremony, that became the pontifex, that set up the situation in order for Asatru Godi to release and become completely within the pathos of the moment, to experience the feeling of the tenderness and the sorrow, or the love, the emotion that comes out, that we oftentimes try to control or hold. And so it's important that we cultivate these. That's why we have clergy. The clergy are the pontifex. Sometimes you have to have it. And I'm using Latin words, and I'm sure there's somebody out there right now just like, we're supposed to use Viking words. Yeah. These words work just as well. No, the whole point of it is again, if you can concentrate and stratify the understanding of pathos, praxis, and pontifex and what they're used for. You can pathos by sitting and just opening yourself up. And that takes discipline. You got to do it a lot. I recommend you do it a lot, daily, multiple times a day if you can. Then there is praxis, the ability for you to set things up to separate your pathos from the mundane. And that might mean turning off the lights and sitting in a particular chair. That might mean going to a specific spot that makes you remember your ancestors. That could mean
that's picture of my grandma that came to me in that ritual, Mary Ann Davis.
That's a great picture.
Just putting it out there for you guys because I talk about it a lot. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. But I just wanted to stratify, and I won't beat the drum anymore. Just remember the 3 P's and understanding that clergy is important because we can help you let go of a lot of things. In a way, clergy becomes the praxis. We open up, we set your mind, we set the place, but you got to let go. Some people just can't do that. They feel a certain way, or they're going into the situation with a certain way. But if you allow this moment to be just, okay, the veil is thin, the time is, the words have been spoken, the traditions have been upheld, the obligations have been laid at the feet of the divine, of those on the other side. I'm just going to let go of everything and open up my pathos because I didn't do it myself. So they did it for me. And then, that the spiritual gravitas of the person doing that, I think helps. I think it was no coincidence that Patricia was the one that helped build that bridge. But it can happen on your own as well as a solitary practitioner. I of course encourage people to find the Gothar to help if they need help in breaking that threshold, but also practicing on your own. We have our traditional ways, our cultural ways of beginning bloats and and beginning prayers and passing the horn and drinking and communing. That's all praxis. And ultimately, pathos comes down to the individual repeatedly practicing. And when you get all 3 of those together, when you have somebody who's the ability to bring in the pathos or to experience it, while also knowing fully well the praxis and being guided by someone who's kind of the docking or the runway, if you will, of the takeoff point, there is this moment that is hard to explain. I can't explain it. It's just you have to experience it. And when you do, it becomes real. And we've spoken about that before, seeing it real in their eyes. I have experienced things alone. I've experienced things through disciplined ritual, and I've experienced things by being guided by others. And you need to be able to do that. And until you can break that threshold, and then have ultimately combined all 3, that's the spiritual journey you're on. I'm not saying you're dilapidated or handicapped or anything in that, or at a disadvantage. No, it takes discipline, takes practice. Nothing just comes right out the gate. But what you just heard, I just wanted to stratify as all 3 of those things.
We are all at a disadvantage because we don't have Pat facilitating for us. I'll say seriously, so Svan is a really, really good priest. I am doing my very best to be the best priest I can be. Man, Pat brought the magic, and we are all missing out on not having that there.
I was there too at that ceremony, so I just don't speak too much of it, but there's no need. You traverse the magic there and normalize it very well.
And I'll say that. So I am the high priest of the Asatru Folk Assembly. Those kind of just magical, brings you to tears every time you think about it, spiritual experiences, those are rare. I am blessed beyond comprehension with the amazing people that I have around, with the ways that the gods have blessed me. I am in this all day, every day. And I mean, I haven't had something that felt like that since then. I've had other really special spiritual experiences, but again, one every few years. And it's not to discount wonderful ways that I experience spirituality, but please don't feel that these things are common, or like, man, if only I could tap into that, then, you know, every day is a spiritual adventure. No, these things are precious and they're few and far between. And if you have one of these experiences in your life, that's amazing. If you have more than one, then man, you're really smiled upon. So please don't feel like a lack of these is, you know, a negative reflection on you in any way, because, you know, I try to do this 100% for my entire life, and, you know, just a handful of these, but man, a handful of these is more than I could hope for. Lou asks, in the context of mythic time being nonlinear, does Odin actually have one eye? Is it appropriate to portray him with both eyes? So to take that, you know, with logic, sure, he's got both eyes. He's got one eye. He's got as many eyes as he wants to have. We're drawing a picture based on an understanding of an image of Odin that makes us conceptualize him in a way that we can understand. Odin exists beyond the veil, and he can manifest himself physically however he'd like. It's completely appropriate to portray him with two eyes, and I've seen that done. Portraying him with one eye harkens back to that myth and to our understanding of that truth that he did sacrifice a part of his perception in order to understand and have a greater share of wisdom, or to see things differently through that well of memory. You can make Odin have all kind of different eyes coming out all different parts of his head, but that would be ugly and we wouldn't know how to comprehend that to make sense. So portraying him with one eye shows an understanding of his sacrifice and is respectful in that way, I would say. But I don't think it's wrong to portray him with two eyes. Just like you'll see in archaeology when you see Mjolnirs, the Scandinavian ones are all very short-handled because the myth of the story about how his hammer was forged and the fly landing on the nose and the things that went into play to make that hammer short-handled. But in England, the Anglo-Saxons didn't remember that bit of lore. That lore wasn't in their cultural lexicon of our tradition. So you'll see Thor's hammers that are much longer, like a sledgehammer, like a two-handed sledgehammer you'd see today. So I think portraying him with one eye is most respectful because it shows an appreciation and a digestion of all of our lore. But again, I don't think it's wrong. Svan, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, this is a great question because I concern myself with a lot of the imagery of the lore. Perfect example of this. So you know, when we make things linear and we want to express an idea, the first thing that I think that is really important for anyone expressing the, like we talked about Mr. McVan's artwork having might. Okay. The biggest thing is, and there's a beauty in the might, but there should always be the sense of beauty. Because remember, the reflection of what we show of the gods should be of beauty. We should strive towards that because we want to show our relationship with the gods as a beautiful thing. It should never be, I think, trite or ugly or deformed. And we've talked about that before in Victory Never Sleeps, about the deformities of things and what that represents in mythos. But I've drawn a picture of just a conceptualization of Bor and Bestla with 3 babies. And this, of course, alluding to Odin, Vili, and Ve. And there wasn't like a little baby in there with like an eye patch. Like, so, I mean, it's, and I'm making fun just for fun of it. But it's, you know, what I'm getting at is it's about perception and consumption of lore and cultural context. I could, like, I didn't portray Odin in the Godstead at Odinshöf without an eye patch because I think it had cultural significance of how deep that part of the mythos of Odin placing the godhead of time in the well of memory and then sacrificing his eye for a draught of that water.
So this, I'm going to throw this in here because it's important. I don't know who is listening to this that's seen the mural at Odinshöf that Svan painted for us. Odin's eye, both of them, because Odin is at the well of Mimir and his eye is in the well, and he has his eye that's in his head. It's really amazing what Svan was able to do with it, because the eyes, they follow you. And that sounds silly, I understand that, but if you've been there, I think you'll know what I'm saying. And his wolf's eyes follow you as well to a different degree. But at any point in that room, in the hall at Odinshöf, it's like he's looking right at you. It's really interesting how that eye works. And it's a really special thing that Svan was able to achieve.
There's an old painting. I think it just says Odin woos Gunnlod. And I can't remember where I saw it. And it might have been a modern one, but it was the image was very Renaissance style traditionalism. And it was kind of the back and over shoulder of Gunnlod. And then there was this kind of the looming, but it was Odin, both eyes under Suttung's mountain when he wooed Gunnlod, and he looked like a young man. I think that was the point, is showing that attraction between Odin and Gunnlod, literally battle song, and their union under Suttung's mountain in order to attain the mead. That, you know, it was perfectly within context. He didn't even have a beard in the picture. It was just like he looked like a kind of a Renaissance style physique and facial structure. And I thought it was amazing, and I thought it was perfectly contextual. I just needed to know the title, and once it did, it made perfect sense. I didn't think, wow, where's his eye patch? But it's important to understand the cultural context of certain things in order. And we do this in our artwork. Njordr is covered in gold and bronze because of the significance of the Bronze Age in the Vanic worship and the cult of Njordr. Odin has gray and dark hair, showing that kind of in between the youth and the elderly, but he's holding both sides, showing polaric of darkness and of light at Odinshöf. So, you know, depictions of the gods as you see them. Again, I mean, it's like the in Thorsoff, if you look at, you can see Thor's teeth. And the reason why I did that, and I didn't do his tongue, which is actually traditional to the time, is the grimacing face of Thor was often associated with the statuary to Thor. The idea of showing the teeth, sometimes they were open and he was like yelling. Again, those were just nods to historical periods or certain things like that. Again, positioning was nods to Rob McVan and his drawings. So, yeah, I just don't think it's wrong. It's just, you got to take it within the cultural context. And a lot of times people that see your artwork, if you say that's Odin and he doesn't have an eye patch, they just can't get past that. They can't see that. So you just got to deal with that as it is. Or a baby with an eye patch.
Baby with an eye patch and like a gray beard and gray hair.
Yeah. I don't mean any disrespect to the gods. It's just, it was
no, of course not. Sometimes I've seen this in medieval art. I've seen baby Jesus be just like a little miniature version of 30-year-old Jesus.
I've seen that too.
And it looks ridiculous. All right. So next question. Considering what Von List said, that the tree has 3 levels, the macrocosm, microcosm, and mesocosm. The last is the folk. Do you think the tripartite effect of our folk society is a reflection of the tree? What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, I think the tripartite is a reflection of us as what makes us. We continually see that. There always seems to be 3 numbers that continually represent. I think in the micro, there's the singular, there's the tripartite, and then there's the 4 corners, if you will. And you see this in whether it's like a singular bolt, or it's the Fifot or Thunder Cross in the 4, or you see it in the Valknut in the 3. There's a sense of what we would call like completion, dynamicism, and then the singularity is like the individual moment, like the Einherjar, or the sword or the spear, or the single rune being presented. So the singularity has like absolute point of power for one thing. And then the triplicate is always dynamicism. And I think it really applies to the tree. Again, we talked about Yggdrasil and Ymir and Audhumla and that tripartite, and we talk about an Uppsala where they had, Odin and Thor and Freyr there as their tripartite at that time. And it's part of our dynamicism. If things come in 3, it's always showing an organic growth, but organic growth can also, or I wouldn't even say organic growth, because that always denotes expansion. Organicism can fluctuate. It goes up, it goes down. It means in movement. I think 4 always has encapsulated stability and solidness. And then, of course, 12 is completion. 9 is the dynamicism of 3 upon 3. And 12 is, again, like it is the completion of all that encompasses. So like numerologically and symbolically, they do have, but the tripartite is by far, I think it's even more important than the number 9, because the number 9 is intrinsic, like to Nordic branch, but the number 9 can't, obviously we talk about planets. We even talked about the openings of the body, there being 9 of them. So 9 does have a great significance, but yeah, 3 is always about dynamicism. And I think it's no mistake when you talk about macro, micro, and meso, and talk about the upper, middle, and lower, or, just again, the reason why there's 4 worlds in the center. When we talk about Leoselfheim, Svartalfheim, Vanaheim, and Jotunheim, there are 4 around the center creating the material. And then there's the upper and the lower. and we see the tripartite effect, whether it's even in the negative, when we talk about like Hel and Jormungandr and Fenris, there's always a play between the singular being polarized, the triplicate meaning things are moving, and the four meaning stability. But yes, I think it absolutely applies. And I think it applies to us culturally. Any one of us who's ever gone over like Dumanzel's, tripartite of the priest king and the warrior king and the warrior class, and then the producers. When we see that, is it as clear cut as that? I don't think so, but it's a great way again to immediately do it. And I just did it with the pathos and the praxi and the pontifex. The idea of the triplications, it's very Aryan. I think it's kind of funny in the sense that having that conversation with people and wanting us to use Proto-Indo-European instead of Aryan, but I stick to my guns.
Good deal. Okay, so Svan, can you shed some light on this? Josh asks, Gothar, please excuse me if it was covered already, but could I ask your reconning of Vanaheimer?
Yeah, the reckoning, or yeah.
I know specifically it's reconning. I looked it up.
Okay.
So have you reconnoitered the realm of the Vanir?
That was part of the question before. If I had a hard choice between, my understanding of Vanaheim has always been about the source of natural law and the production of organic life, but life as in the sense of not just movement, but organized and organic movement. It's the only way I can explain it. And what's truly, again, I referenced this earlier, life, if there is no life in the cosmos, in the gap, and there is life only on Earth, it's on the skin of the Earth. That's so amazing to me, but that makes the threshold of life, or at least the place where life escapes and plays out in our world, even though we look around and see it everywhere in the trees and in the grass and in animals, it makes a finite razor edge cosmically that the power of the Vanir, the power of Vanaheim is flowing out from on a razor's edge if you look at it in scope. And so it's extremely focused. And it comes from there, and it is spearing out while being bombarded from the east by primordial resistance. And it continues to make its way. The power of the Vanaheim continues to flow in death and in life, and it just refuses to quit. And I think that that's one of the huge powers of the Vanir and Vanaheim itself. I think it's important to note, too, the reason why we call the Vanir gods the old gods is because I believe that our ancestors did not interact with the Aesir till later, and it's talked about that in the stories, that the Aesir were in the heavenly realm, but it was when they came down and started doing things that there were forces in the middle that became aware of it. Vanaheim became aware. Jotunheim was aware, obviously, because of what happened the last time the gods showed up. And there was this moment of the middle kind of reacting to the heavenly powers. And that's when cosmic order, every time cosmic order came down, all the organic, the resistance, everything around in the center was changed for forever. And so the Vanir decided that there was one way, was to basically take organic cycles, perpetual and perennial truth of natural order had to align itself with a natural law had to align itself with cosmic order. It was the only way that we would create the true axis mundi within this world against chaos. Otherwise, it would all fall apart. And I think that's what the Vanir did when they propositioned the gods. The story, of course, tells about how they send their emissary, Gold Thirst, amongst them, and she doesn't test them because of their strength. They know that they're strong. She tests them in a very visceral way of their minds and their hearts, and didn't succeed because the Aesir are better than that. So, but almost in the story. I love that story. But again, Vanaheim is that source. It's the organic source of natural law and what that can entail metaphysically. Life.
Right. So we've got three like authentic questions left, but something I saw in the chat from Lou. Matt, are you related to / descended from the Davis family of Mississippi? So I am certainly descended from a Davis family of Mississippi. I'm really not sure what fame you are referring to or exactly where. But yeah, my family, my grandmother and my grandfather and all their people back for a very long time were from Wiggins, Mississippi, in Stone County and in Bond County, which is right adjacent. My most ancient ancestor in Mississippi was Colonel John Bond, who was a Revolutionary War veteran, and then he and his sons were cutting a road to New Orleans for the Battle of New Orleans, and they kind of stopped and settled in Bond County, which is named after him. That's my 6th great-grandfather, and Stone County, which is adjacent. But yeah, that was my grandfather, my grandmother's family were from there since the way back. Not sure if that's what you're talking about or not, but yes, that is my Davis family from Mississippi. So our next real question, I am an Apache pilot in the U.S. Army. How can I honor Tyr without engaging in direct conflict? Svan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I saw that question, and without engaging in direct conflict I'm assuming an enemy of sorts, take that part out and just say, how can I honor Tyr? There's lots of ways. Again, the understanding, I think, first and foremost of Tyr is, and let me go a little bit into this. Tyr is a very, very powerful god. And I think a lot of there's people out there today that are trying to discredit the existence of his power, and pushing all that aside, it's worth noting that the stories that we have of Tyr are about self-sacrifice for the greater good of the whole. So oftentimes, any sort of service that you relinquish yourself to the service of your folk, of your people, is a great way to start. And I would say that's one of the easiest ways, a physical manifestation of it. Remember too, Tyr is the North Star. If you look at the Anglo-Saxon rune poem, it speaks of Tyr being the guiding star. So oftentimes, I talk about the affixing to the north when we start ceremonies, is always to look to the north, to remember the north and hold its axis, because that the one hand that is remaining is holding the axis, is maintaining the separation. That the axis of the material is to Tyr like Yggdrasil is to Odin in heaven. So in the material sense, I would say, looking to the North Star, and holding, personal, maybe that's the start of your praxis, building that praxis, looking to the north, or even on your instruments. Well, you know where north is, because that's a big part of understanding how to fly an Apache. But The other thing is Tyr is he's the lord of substance of deed, and the idea of committing to deed in order to benefit the whole of the folk. He's also about understanding justice in the external, and this is the biggest mystery. I think that it's hard for people to wrap their minds around with Tyr. Is it's not internalized justice like as with Forseti when we pray to him about law and mitigation and reaching an end to conflict through compensation of each other. Tyr is about justification and justice of defense, expansion, sometimes just the implication of will, and understanding that through your deeds, you must always seek to gain the justification of noble victory, and then creating that order and creating that discipline of either the self or the world around you. These ways are great ways of like bending your mind towards trying to understand the dominion of such a powerful God. I think it's really important to see that, understanding the stories of how he helped bring chaos into heaven, which is a fault, and then the corrective action he took to bind that chaos. So, in a way, to owning up to your faults, finding your past grievances. Alice Herul they had a long time ago sent me on a kind of a mission of self-reflection, placing things on a board of my positive perceptions and my negative perceptions of myself. And I tell you, that was like the Tyr application of thought for that whole time, was understanding that the bad things that I have done and the paths of rectification, and the good things that I have done and what I could do better. So a lot of internalized self-reflection and understanding, and being a beacon of virtue and justice and nobility amongst your people is the absolute way you can go. And it starts with just changing the way you perceive yourself, the way you act, become aristocratic, become noble, and conduct yourself accordingly. Become a professional in everything you do. They say, we're professional war fighters. No, just become a professional at everything you do. Treat everything professionally, and hold true to that nobility and aristocracy in the soul, and strive to attain it physically and spiritually. That's, so engaging in direct conflict, that happens based off of where you find yourself. And I can speak from personal experience. Sometimes direct conflict will lend you down roads that you may, again, regret. Sometimes you bring the wolf in, and sometimes you take it out. So I've been in theaters where I thought I was taking the wolf out, but I was clearly bringing the wolf in. And so you have to come to terms with that. And so try to act nobly in everything that you do, and maintain your oaths.
So everything that Svan said, and as a veteran, everything that Svan said, I think is a good barometer for you. What else I think is something to just something to think about. So I think this is good to honor any of the gods, honestly, but I think is very Tyr specific. First, to honor our gods, I think that if you're not a member, you should join the AFA. Secondly, Tiershof is the first Hof that we're going to be constructing. not repurposing, but constructing from the ground up. And we're doing that at Sigerheim. It's going to be one of the very, important things that we're doing in the Sigerheim endeavor. And, you're welcome to contribute to that, be a part of that if you become a member, as far as, establishing his first Hof in thousands of years. So that's absolutely, rather than focus internally, if we're focusing on things that are going to honor and elevate and worship Tyr, being part of making that Hof happen, I think is a big thing that anyone can do right now at this time in this place to do honor to Tyr.
That's huge. Thousands of years, first temple.
Yeah, I think that's a real big deal, and I think it sounds self-serving to be like, yeah, join the AFA and contribute to our thing that we're building. But realistically, establishing a temple to our gods, any of our gods, is a huge and really spiritually important thing. So yeah, I invite you to be a part of that. All right. Does Odin's eye existing in the well mean that he has constant vision of all that exists in the well? Or was it a one-time viewing of all that exists in that knowledge? What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
Well, understanding the flow of Mimir and what Mimir's well is, that middle well wasn't, I mean, when Odin places Mimir, memory, as the godhead of time, what Mimir's well is both the expansion and the reception of the material. And the reason why he gave his eye was to see all that is flowing in the material, all that is coming and coalescing. I think it is consistent. I think that that it is eternal, that it was another brooch. It's sometimes it's interesting to think about, because when you talk about Tyr is very much like, when you think of like, I think it's King Nuada, and the losing of the arm amongst the Gaulish, and they talk about the king unable to serve because he's not whole. But yet, interestingly enough, with Odin, the purpose of making unwholeness is seen quite differently. Instead of it, a part being placed within chaos and being kind of consumed, in essence, there's a connection that's created. And that connection, I don't think, ever is severed. I think the intention was to maintain that understanding and perception of time. And when we talk about memory, what we're talking about is the cumulative action of the middle, all flowing into the memory well, if you will. And so he sees the culmination of all actions, so thus can make an understanding of what is to come. And the reason why he did it was not Faustian. It was to save the gods and the folk, to stave off, to see beyond things. And then it, of course, brings a lot of questions. Is if you could see all things, why not see certain things? Well, again, it's about the memory of the middle, the coalescence of time. If the gods and the lands below are outside of time, that's a different story. That's why Odin traveling to the lower world is such a big deal. The gods don't just travel to the lower world. No Aryan branch has ever just made it to where, it's like taking a Sunday trip. No, the lower world is a task. It is deeply powerful. You're going from the apex at the top where all things are organized to the bottom where all things are kind of dissipated. And so Odin being able to do that, he connects himself to Yggdrasil in heaven. He connects himself to the eye in Mimir's well, and then he connects himself to the Voluspa, or to the vulva in the Voluspa, in the lower realm. He's stratified all three because he is the Lord of dynamicism. So I don't think it's broken. I don't think it's severed. I think it's consistent. And I like to tell people too, remember all the things that Odin gained for the mead of poetry. He gave his eye for a sup of water. I don't know why. That just seems to, I think people fail to realize that sometimes like the benefits of hindrance and discipline have greater value sometimes than the exertion of victory. It's good to have gifts to give, but it's also sometimes you have to give of yourself to gain things that help you only. And it requires a great sacrifice sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting. I always thought in my head, I always thought it was a one-time thing. Like he sacrificed his eye and then he got a, drink from the well to see things or whatnot. But my thoughts on it kind of changed, or the imagery of it really changed when I saw Svan's mural and the eye is sitting there in the well looking out. And I always try to make really sure it's at the very bottom of the mural. And I try to make sure that nobody puts anything on the altar that would block that eye's vision. But yeah, that really got me conceiving of it a little bit differently, like the eye exists in that well to see those things. That was my thoughts on it. So, last question of the night. A riddle for both of us. When Odin sacrifices himself by hanging on the tree, who or what is it that screams while falling to the ground? Odin himself or all the runes? Svan, go ahead.
Well, in the translations that are coming to my mind right now, it's Odin. Because he says, I seized them up screaming, I fell. So I would say Odin. But at the same time, understanding what the runes are, our sound is the vibrational. When you think about light and heat and protomatter and all the stuff we've been talking about in cosmology, one of the biggest things I think that is emphasized but not seen because you can't see it is frequency, sound. And it begins with like when we reference Ymir. But Ymir is just a piece of that proto-creational sound. And that resonation is dangerous because it can't be formulated. So in a way, it's like chaos being, again, structured and ordered by Odin, seeing those pieces in structure and order. So I would say Odin.
Yeah, I think it's the Allfather. Any of the translations I've read, are done in a first person. That roaring, he took them. But again, the idea of roaring, that primal scream, that primal projecting all of that out into the world, I think is a reflection of the mysteries of the runes that he's now in full possession of, speaking that into existence, vocalizing that into existence. And we've seen that throughout Odin's line from Ymir and Bergelmir, this idea of roaring, of screaming, of the mouth, of speaking, of uttering, of enchanting, literally. And I think that is the magical action that it's part of. That is his incantation of the runes, his primal Galder of all of the runes.
Yeah, in the mural, the sun wheel around Odin's head is wreathed in red outside of the gold because it's talking about his mortality in an essence, his sacrifice of himself in order to become the focus point. If the sound of the runes is primordial sound, he is the focused laser or the amplificational focal point of all of those pieces coming out in the roar.
All right. Well, that is our final question of the evening. I appreciate you guys and all of your wonderful questions. Svan, thank you so much, as always, for enlightening us, sharing your knowledge, and also for the really amazing picture that you and Madison did illustrating our cosmology.
Thank you for having me. As always, great conversations in the chat, great conversation with you. And again, to being able to kind of go over some of the experiences that you've had and I've had, and hopefully helping some of the folk kind of get there, if you will.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Hope you guys have a great evening. If I don't talk to you until then, I will see you next Wednesday for another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Till then, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.